Let me welcome everybody. Good morning. My name is Terrell Du Johnson, and I'm Thana Autumn from the Thana Autumn Nation. And I am doing this morning's welcoming. Thank you again to the 2021 um, Native American Food Gathering. We it's our four seasons, and it is our spring edition of the food gathering. And so for 2 days, we will be um, talking to several native people from various communities around the nation about the food systems and what they're doing with reviving their food systems in their community. I want to let everybody know when you're on, if you can all please mute yourself, and so we can listen to these amazing people this morning that are doing great um, projects in their community. You'll again listen to various stories from different communities around the nation. And right now for us on the Tohono O'odham Nation here in Arizona, wild foods is one of the big things that we rely on to help bring back the culture in our communities. And right now it's choya bud season, and so this edition throughout the day we're going to be having demonstrations of traditional foods um, from especially from this area. I think we have choya bud demonstrations, and then we also have tepary bean recipe that will be shared and cooking demos. But one thing that we're doing this year is we are inviting people who are attending this conference if they would like to share food memory stories. One thing that we really enjoyed last time was listening to various community members talk about their favorite food memory that they had about a traditional food or a food that they um, grew up on when they were young. Or so one thing that we really liked was listening to those stories. So during the course of this gathering, we are going to be inviting attendees to, if they would like to share their food memories during breaks and during intervals during our gathering. All right. Well, again, thank you for joining us. And I would like to introduce, and I apologize, Valerie, for your last name, but I would like to introduce Valerie. Valerie, help me out. Valerie and her
Valerie Nabayastua.
Vallestua and her father Leon. They will be doing this morning's blessing before we start. Valerie.
Yes, good morning, everybody. And actually, it'll be my father that's doing the morning prayer this morning.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We'll say the morning prayer so we can get started. Kwa sa ip tao ita na halolamat pitsang wa kyang itamo may kuibak itam halay tuti itamo ipiyo hapiyan ay suyan hapi itamo ipiyo hapi pitsang to inak itam pan kya kyang tao na itap kina usne yan na mi anang wa kya kyango piyo itamo hapi piyo ni to ina ni ita anang wa piyo tungo na yak with itamaw yan kya kyang yep hakamit ita timay ita sin ma mga mit nesyo kat happy pio lol matan kat itam put happy pasyo na yani so happy obitam happy akal to tini by obi antane. I just want to let you know what the prayer was about. The prayer was that I thank the sun for coming out this morning and to bathe us in its beauty and warmth, so that today we could be in the right frame of mind to prepare things and to think things through so that our families and our people will prosper with the food that we have and the way that our life is today. So that's the extent of the prayer.
Esquele, thank you. Thank you, Dad, for that. Good morning, everybody. My name's Valerie Navaitua, and I'll be moderating the first session, which is the Food Sovereignty Food Assessment panel. And I'd like to welcome everybody this morning. Thank you for joining us. And we have a whole panel of very knowledgeable people who I've been fortunate to work with and learn from. And I'd like to, well, I can have everybody introduce themselves, and we'll go ahead and let me see. I'm trying to pull something up. Okay, so this panel is about using food knowledge to create a sustainable power structure. And what we're wanting people to do is to learn from these people who are already doing the work of food sovereignty, and to take what they can from this session and use it in their own lives. And I'll be joined with Nicole Francis. She's on right now also. She's going to be helping to moderate the session. So we'll go ahead and introduce the panel that will be joining us today. One of them is Leon Navaitua. He's my father, and I'll go ahead and have him introduce himself and give him just a short introduction.
Okay, thank you. I'm originally from the village of Munkapi, which is on the west side of the reservation, on the Hopi reservation, and I grew up there. And my background is in health services, and so I had a chance to actually take a look into what our food system was at that time, and we did a analysis of the Hopi corn back in the 1980s. And from that information, I think it opened our eyes a little bit more, because we found out from the assessment of the corn was that it was very nutritious, and it's a native corn that we grow out here. So I grew up in that kind of an environment, and got into the area of health services. But also today, my priority right now is to transfer the knowledge that I have about agriculture and about our own culture that we have as Hopi and the Hopi way of life. So that's where I'm at today.
Thank you. Thank you. And also we have joining us on the panel is Susan Sikekoptua. Susan Sikekoptua, are you here?
Oi,
She's okay. Good morning. Hi.
nakwanta lang ba? Good morning. It's so nice to be with friends. I see familiar faces and I see new friends. Ne sikyakoy manayan matiwa ne povongyam ne sitsumoviang ne kyang ne put sepalave yefkate. I am so happy to be here this morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to not only join and be with you, but to just speak a little bit about what I do. My Hopi name is Sikyaku Imana. It means the yellow light that comes off the rising sunrise in the morning. And my English name is Susan Sikyakwaptiwa, and I'm from the Butterfly Clan here at Hopi, from the village of Sitsomovi. I live here in Second Mesa at the village of Sipalavi, where my dad was from. But I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you for inviting me, and I can't wait to visit.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Susan. I know she's a busy lady. She's always involved with a lot of educational work with the youth, trying to teach them about gardening, and also some STEM practices too with the University of Arizona. She's the extension agent for Hopi out here.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you guys who I am. I'm going to tell you who I am, but what I do. I serve as the Hopi Tribe's assistant agent for the federally recognized tribal extension program. It's part of the cooperative extension system throughout the country, and our country has a federally recognized tribal extension program. We only have 42 tribal agents. So we're really small compared to the overall extension system, but I serve the Hopi tribe. I'm a member of the tribe here. And yeah, we'll talk about some of the other things I do in that role.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Okay, we'll move on to Clayton Bracope. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Na posa email ging o kawe na o kwa toa o mu na pove o tute du mu na tetsuke e wingi e wiri o mu. My name is Clayton Bracope. I live here in my wife's community, Tewa community in Tetsuke Ewinge, northern New Mexico, where we farm. And I'm actually a Mohawk, Bear Clan Mohawk, but been living out here since 1973, where we farm. And I am program director for a nonprofit called Traditional Native American Farmers Association. We've been in existence since 1992. And yeah, that's who I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Esqueli. And sorry for butchering your name. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No problem, everybody does it.
Oh my gosh, I know what you mean with our name too. So, Lillian Hill, I see you on the screen. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Ne koan hoi nem yan hopi matua ne pepongwa ne kekotsmo kita ne halai yang yan sake. My name's Lillian. My Hopi name's Koan hoi nem, which comes from the water coyote clan here in Hopi, which means refers to the color on the fox, the red fox. I am a tobacco clan, and I come from the village of Kikotsmovi. I am also a practitioner, a learner, a grower. I manage, fields and gardens and orchards with my family. I'm also a builder, a natural builder. I've built my own home, and I've helped to build other homes within the community. And also, I'm the director of the Hopi Titskwa Permaculture Institute, which is based here in the Hopi community, where I'm joining you today. So I'm really happy to be here with you all, and excited to hear what others are thinking about. And yeah, so thank you, Valerie, for inviting me as well.
Yes, thank you for joining us. And just to throw in, also, I didn't even mention that I didn't even give a chance for Nicole Francis to introduce herself as a co-moderator. Do you want to do that right now, Nicole?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Francis, and right now I'm over here in Tucson, Arizona. I am Mi'kmaq, and our territory is in Maine, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island. I was born out there in Maine, and I've been living out here in Arizona for a while. I'm an herbalist, a wild food gatherer, and I love doing land-based education. And if you have any questions as we go along with this panel, feel free to put them in the chat, and I'll be writing down questions for after, and then we'll get an idea of how long we want to leave at the end of our panel for a Q&A. If we've got a lot of questions going on in the chat, then we'll leave a little more time at the end for questions.
Thank you. You can see why she's teamed up with me, because she reminds me of all these things that we need to tell everybody too. Thank you, Nicole. We'll move on to, let me see, I can't see, is Terry Honani here? Let's see. Terry Honani?
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, pamos mana yan hopi matiwa nikyang Terry Hanani and bahan matiwa the bipwangwa ne tewa unk but not Winnie Coalition Program Manager at the Malaita. Good morning, everybody. My name's Terry Honani. My Hopi name is Fog Girl, and I am from the village of Tewa and from the Tobacco Clan. And I am currently the Not Winnie Coalition Program Manager. We are underneath the Hopi Foundation, which is one of the longstanding nonprofits out here on Hopi. And we mainly focus on strengthening and preserving the agricultural traditions of the Hopi and Tewa people. So we all work in partnership with a lot of the ones who did introduce themselves previously. So glad to see everyone here and looking forward to learning from you all.
Is it switching back and forth?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Terry, for joining us. Who else? Let me see. I'm trying to look at people to make sure they're here. Nicole, did you, was Clayton Harvey able to join us?
I saw Clayton on there a minute ago.
Clayton, if you're here, can you introduce yourself, please? Clayton Harvey?
He's from White River.
His picture popped up in the very beginning. Maybe he's having trouble with connecting.
Oh, I can hear something in the background. Is that
him? Music.
Okay, well, maybe we can come back to introducing Clayton if he's able. Oh, there he is. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can you introduce yourself, please?
My name's Clayton. I'm coming to you from the White Mountain Apache tribe. I am a part of a great team. We work for an organization called Ndabikia, the People's Farm. And what we're doing there is feeding Apache families and also fostering, growing, and nurturing young Apache farmers.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Clayton is the only person that I'm not familiar with on the panel, but I've heard of the work that he does, which is some, and most of the people on the panel I'm familiar with. They've taught me a lot. And so it's kind of like a Hopi panel also out here representing food sovereignty here. So we're going to go ahead and go into the questions. If I didn't miss anybody, Nicole?
I think we got everyone.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to ask this question of each of you, and if you can give a response to the questions, we'll start off with Susan Sikekwaptiwa. What does food sovereignty mean to you?
Well, when I think about the word food sovereignty in general, there's three things that stand out: local, culturally relevant or connections and appropriateness, and a sustainability method. And that is how, so we go back, pre-contact, that's what food sovereignty was. It's how we took care of ourselves, for ourselves, with the resources and region that we live in. And so we know we can't go back necessarily to those times. So kind of what it means to me today really is just starting with me. That's where all things start with, I think, is with ourselves, where we are. And I didn't know I would be doing this work when I started planting my first plants 20 years ago, but that first season was beautiful and wonderful, and it just put me on this path, and I kept growing and learning. And today I've just made a personal commitment to try and grow as much of my own food as possible. A big part of what I do is just grow food. And so that's what I mean when it starts with you, or starts with me, is my own efforts for my own family, and then sharing what you have. So if I have way more vegetables than I need, how can I share that? How can I distribute that? How can I, make that abundance go further beyond my household? But it's also about sharing knowledge. Mr. Nibayasdiwa talked about trying to pass that knowledge on that he has and has for a lifetime. what have I learned and how can I share that? How can I share seeds? How can I share food? How can I share knowledge? So that's all how we learn and grow together, I think. And then the bigger part is trying to make community change. And we all give a little bit of ourselves to larger community efforts. And that takes a lot longer. It's, it's more complicated when we're growing and trying to move the whole thing as a community, but giving time and joining others like you all and some of my friends on the call today to help identify goals, to help reach some of those, identify issues and maybe reach some of those goals. So, and then of course it gets way more complicated with the modern food system of, being involved in designing policy and distribution practices. And, we can make it way more complicated, but for me, it really began with me and my own efforts and I'm just lucky that I love it. I mean, I wouldn't do it so much if I didn't love it. It's a big part of my life. So I think I'll stop there and let others answer.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Can we hear from Lillian next?
Sure.
What does food sovereignty mean to you?
Yeah, I think for myself and my, overall background and education and knowledge around, the term itself, the term food sovereignty is a term that actually, doesn't originate within our languages as Indigenous people. And so I think it's a term that has really emerged and developed to be able to assert power, or to also assert our right as Indigenous peoples to determine, our own food systems, to determine how we're able to access food, to determine, how we as Indigenous people are able to design our own food systems and to revitalize and reestablish our food systems, after really centuries of colonization. And so I think that this term Indigenous food sovereignty has emerged as a way for us as Indigenous peoples to reassert ourselves and to reassert our rights and also our freedoms as Indigenous peoples to really to be able to access, our traditional homelands, our waters, our hunting areas. So it's a loaded term, and I think for me, it's a term that can be used in a variety of spaces, a variety of scales, whether that's from a community scale, from a household, a clan, and even looking at on a larger scale, tribal nation building. It's a term and a philosophy and a way that can allow our tribal nations to really begin to look into the future and to see how we as Indigenous people can begin to create long-term sustainability and resilience. And so as an Indigenous woman, I was taught that food is medicine and food is a gift as well for our communities. So it's very important, for me to be able to understand my own position around my position and my responsibility from my own cultural background and my own context, to be able to to understand the teachings. So I was taught that food is a gift and it's medicine, and that true wealth is having access to our Indigenous and traditional foods, as well as the knowledge of how to respectfully grow, gather, prepare, preserve, and offer them to ourselves and to our families and our communities. So, it's important to think about the next generations who are coming and to consider them in decision-making processes as well. So I think food sovereignty, Indigenous food sovereignty, means that every community has the knowledge and the ability and the right to craft, a generative, viable, and socially just future for ourselves and for the future generations that are coming after us. So that was my own definition that I created. So, but it is a loaded term, and I think there are many things to consider when talking about and discussing what food sovereignty means. But for me, that's my understanding and my own articulation of what it could mean and what it means to us and those who aren't here yet with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. We have the phone going off the ringing here, but thank you, Lillian, for that. And I agree. When I first heard the term food sovereignty, I was like, what is food sovereignty? You know, I had to kind of think about it. And after I looked it up and I was like, oh, we've been doing this all this time. You know, we're going out together, food, we're sharing food within our families and relatives. Like Susan was saying, if you have an abundance of food, you go take it around to everybody and share it. And, you know, we're out there gathering the plants, we're preserving it, saving it for use for later in the year, or, you know, and so we were already doing those kind of things and helping everybody out. So I was like, okay, so that's food sovereignty. And I think that sometimes when we have those terms, it kind of is intimidating. So yeah, I had to laugh at myself because I was like, oh, okay. So thank you, Lillian. Let me see. Clayton Bracope. Clayton Bracope, can you please share with us what food sovereignty means to you?
Sure. Yeah, it has a lot of ways of understanding or interpreting, I guess. But one of the ways I try to, I guess, work around or embrace it is that basically, you know, when we talk about sovereignty, it means the ability to either govern or make decisions for yourself, and I guess for your own benefit, I'll say, you know. And one of the things that I have to remind ourselves is, say we go to a grocery store to purchase something, food. Those grocery stores actually may have abundance and diversity of foods, but someone else had already decided what you're going to purchase, right? Somewhere's, who knows where, maybe Southern Arizona, maybe California, somewheres. And so they already decided what your choices are. So that, you know, that's not really being sovereign, because somebody else made those decisions for you ahead of time. So to me, the real part of it is making that decision for yourself, what you're going to eat, what you enjoy. And maybe that that decision was based upon what our parents and grandparents and our ancestors have provided for us and to us. That was a gift that they passed on to us. So, and having that ability to not only to enjoy those foods, but the ability to make that choice of what you're going to eat and to grow it or to harvest it, all of those things are acts of sovereignty as tribal nations, as families, or as clans, right? I think one of the reasons this term has come about is that outside governments, it'd be federal, state, county, even tribal governments have tried to, I guess, limit our ability to feed ourselves in a way that is culturally appropriate. There's been laws passed, you know, that sometimes inhibit us for going to certain locations, maybe outside of our own territories, to harvest, where our people have done that for millennia, right? So those are the things that we as this current generation need to be addressing. The other part of it is because of that disconnect, sometimes one generation, sometimes more, um, are this generation maybe not even aware of those foods anymore, you know, but we have to talk with our communities, our elders in our communities, and they'll remind us of what our foods are, where they are, and how best to practice those harvesting methods or those growing methods. So those are all, you know, ways of understanding and addressing it. And to me, you know, basically it's, I guess, taking those words from our ancestors, maybe our parents and grandparents on foods and putting them into practice. And then we become, you know, I guess, sovereign in our decision making. So yeah, there's a lot more to it, but I think even some of our tribal governments, they need to understand that too, because sometimes they seem to you know, put some things in our way to kind of inhibit our ability to make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I agree with Clayton when he was saying that we need to actually start doing the work. And it reminds me of a TED talk that I heard. Winona LaDuke, she mentioned that her uncle had called her over and told her that she was a smart lady. Goes, you're a smart lady, Winona, but I won't start listening to you until I know that you can grow your own food. And so you know, that she was out, you know, doing different kind of lectures and different things. And so she said that those words from her uncle really kind of, you know, brought it back home for her. And I thought that was a really our uncles have a way of saying things like that to us, right? And Hopi too, they're the ones that discipline us and kind of correct our mistakes too, or correct us in a good way. And so I thought that was an awesome statement that Winona LaDuke shared in that TED talk. Thank you, Clayton. Also, let me see, Terry Honani, can you share with us what food sovereignty means to you?
Okay, so just like Val, learning all of these new terminologies for a lot of the things that we're doing or already doing and living, and realizing that we're already doing it. So being born and raised out here in Hopi, we're very fortunate to have been brought up with our, to be on our ancestral lands and not have been removed from it, and have a lot of our culture preserved. So that ties in with a lot of the things that we do with food and water, and our language and culture. So they're all intertwined together. So when I think about food sovereignty, I think about, it makes me think that it's continuous learning. You're always going to be learning something when you're asserting your food sovereignty. You're also going to be preserving it, and I really like that, like what Clayton said about, you know, you need to put it into practice, because what use is it if you're just going to store it away in a bookshelf? And a lot, like going to school, it was really hard because a lot of the things that we're taught is oral and physical, like being there out in the field and or out in the garden physically planting. Whereas if you're trying to read it from a book, it doesn't really make sense. So if you're putting it into practice, you know, it's a lot easier to grasp and know how to do it yourself. So that's another one of the sayings that we have at the Hopi Foundation is itam not bioni, meaning doing the work ourselves. So that's what food sovereignty means to me. It's like doing the work yourself and putting it into practice and showing other people. And this panel that I'm on, they're so like inviting when they want to, because they're passionate about what they do is growing food, and so it's really nice to have a group of people who have become close friends to teach each other about these concepts when you want to learn how to grow your own food, because and it's a whole lifestyle, like food sovereignty, so I'm pretty sure all of these ladies were up by 5 or even earlier, being out there in the garden and checking on their plants and their animals, because I just really admire everybody on this panel for the hard work that they put into it. It is a lifestyle that they're choosing to live, and I hope to learn more from them too. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I totally agree. I've learned so much from all these individuals on the panel, and I wouldn't be where I am today with my learning if I didn't, take what all of these people here have done in their own lives and share it with everybody in the community, and help me along my way as well. And another example was for me was, of course, my parents and grandparents. And I remember as a child that my grandfather, he wouldn't eat until all his animals were fed first. So I remember him waking up early in the morning and, going out, and I would still be in bed, of course, covered. They were trying not to wake me up. And he would go out and feed all his animals first before he sat down to eat. And so those are things that I grew up with, and in taking care of things before yourself, also putting things before yourself. Also, let me, Clayton, Harvey, if you're able to share with us, what does food sovereignty mean to you?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, yes, did you hear me?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
So I think what to tie into what Lillian was talking about, when we first started, farming and growing food has always been a part of Apache life, and that's what we've always done. And when the term food sovereignty arose, just like many of us, we went and did our research, and it kind of lit a light bulb, and it was like, hey, this is what we're doing, and it's just a fancy term of survival and how our people have learned to adapt to our Mother Earth, and to create these lifestyles and creating these enormous food systems and lifeways that sustained countless of generations. And because of that lifestyle, because of food sovereignty, we're here today. And I feel that because of, I guess, the dedication and the commitment to feeding our people, I feel like we are obligated to share ancestral knowledge that we have gained, and that also has been shared with us, that we don't bubble it up and keep it to ourselves, but we also nurture and build and foster young farmers and gatherers and hunters. And so, food sovereignty can go a lot of ways, but to me, it's a new term, and it's also about educating our community about what food sovereignty is. And because of trauma and all these other impacts we had because of federal policy, that way of life has been disrupted, and we've taken a completely shift away from living off the land and the sustainable lifestyle to where when we're hungry, what do? We go to the refrigerator and we open the door and, something's there to eat, or we drive to the grocery store, or we go to a fast food restaurant. And so, that shift is pretty evident in how we live today. And so it's about teaching and educating our community about going back to those ways and the impact that not only does it have on our health, but the holistic approach that it does to us. We're talking about mind, spirit, body, soul, everything. And we talk about food as medicine, food is healing, and so many of our people have experienced, trauma and hurt and pain, and have turned to very unhealthy ways in coping with those traumas. And so it's also about teaching those people about how to heal in the correct way. So with that, I just want to say, food sovereignty is about teaching, about sharing, and expanding your knowledge and feeding people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I remember when we were kids too, that my mom used to gather us all up, and she would take us out to go harvest and harvest some of our wild foods. And so I remember not wanting to go. I remember being upset about, we have to go and do this again, And so we have a big family, and so there's 6 of us. I had 2 brothers, 1 passed, and I have 3 sisters. And so we were always out with my mom gathering. And so I'm grateful now that she took us out there and she made us do these things, because now I'm able to identify plants. I grew up with it. I grew up with the taste of those plants in my mouth. So I crave those kind of foods. And so this is what we need to be teaching our kids and taking them out. So thank you, Clayton, for sharing that. My father just joined here, so he's going to share what food sovereignty means to him.
Okay, thank you. At my age, I think I was blessed with a lot of being able to understand some of the knowledge, Hopi knowledge, to acquire that, but also to have a chance to really work in the health field. And one of the things that I thought about was that how do you keep a population healthy? And then when I asked that question to myself, I looked at our world here, our Hopi world that we live in, and also the white man's world out there. And the teachings from Hopi is that we are supposed to take the good things of life in the Hopi world and the good things of life in the modern world and twist them together. Twist it together real hard so that you will become a strong people, because you will know about the modern world and you will know about your Hopi teachings, your cultural teachings that's taught to you as you're growing in this environment that I'm living in, the Hopi world. But one of the things that came up when I was thinking about that is that visualizing how did we as a people survive in this area that we're at today. And we have a migration story that talks about that. How did we end up being in northern Arizona in this area where there's really not, it's almost a desert in a way. It's kind of barren in a way. But how did the Hopi determine that this was the place? And we call this the center of the universe. Duwanasava is what we call it. Duwanasava is the center of the earth. And that's where we settled as a people. But really sovereignty is what? Sovereignty, like all of you are saying, is that it's a way of life. It's a way of life where you teach your people, your children, this is the way we need to live in order to sustain ourselves in this environment. And that goes into all kinds of directions. You need to have the knowledge, the cultural knowledge about how this world was created, who created this, and what is our belief system? What is it saying to us? And it teaches us, our belief system teaches us how we should live. But the other aspect of it is that how do you grow your own food? How do you continue to grow that food so that it sustains you as a people? And it ties right into your what you call, not DNA, but I can't think of that word.
Genetic.
And your genes. And so if we came as a people into this world that we're at today, we came with those genes, and those genes were from our population, our natives that were living out in this land. We had genes that were the food that we were eating was really the right food to eat for our body, which kept us healthy. Our medicines that we were able to go out there and harvest. So a long time ago in our world, in their world, I guess, and also in the world that I was able to live in, was that we had medicine people. We were healthy enough that we didn't need to have surgery. We didn't have to have specialists, doctors to do surgeries to deal with some of the health problems we have today. So my thinking was that sovereignty really is a way of life to keep everybody healthy, to bring that joy of practice of how we take care of each other so that we are all happy and together. And the clan systems that we have that bond us to each other. And also it teaches us respect and responsibility. So to me, sovereignty is that world that we're trying to maintain, the native world that we grew up in, or that I grew up in. And it's very hard, like you're saying, we're now bombarded with all kinds of media coming to us and to our children. And as a result of our lack of educating our children, because one of the things that broke that tie to our culture was the boarding school era. I spent almost 7 years, I think, of my life was living at a boarding school, most of the year. We didn't have any vacations. We didn't come home. So all that knowledge that I should have acquired should have been passed on to me, but I was in a boarding school. So I lost some of that contact to that cultural knowledge that's being taught to us by our uncles, our grandfathers, and our grandmothers. Stories that were told during the wintertime. I wasn't able to hear those stories because in the wintertime, I was still at the boarding school. So I think that if we can understand that and understand the meaning of our life as a people and our life as tribes, how we used to live, teach that to our younger population, because our world, the world that we live in, really is actually a way of life where we're being taught, this is the way you need to live. This is what you need to eat. This is where the foods are that is for your body. So in a way, sovereignty really ties to who we are as people, individuals. And then we also are taught in that way in our culture to be responsible and to also share and also to be religious in a way to where Native people are really, how would you say, spiritual people. They pray, we pray. I pray every morning and pray every evening. And that's been taught to me. and my grandfather and my uncles, you know, taught to me. The other area that we have that we have teaching about way of life is our ceremonies. We're taught how to live, what to do, why we do these, why we prepare prayer feathers, and in all of our prayers that we have, it's all positive. It's all for the people. It's all for living things on this earth. So in a way, sovereignty really is to continue that practice. So that's my interpretation of sovereignty. Thank you.
You can see the wealth of knowledge that my father holds. And not only him, my mother, I'm so grateful that I have both of my parents here with me, still teaching me and still guiding us in a lot of ways. And if he thinks that like he didn't acquire like a lot of knowledge during those years he said he was gone, I'm just thinking about myself. How much knowledge do I have? I feel like this compared to, you know, what he has. And not only him, all the people that are on the panel, I'm just continuing to learn every day. And that's what I want to encourage everyone to do, is continue to learn from people like this in your communities. I'm pretty sure that you have leaders in your communities who and elders that have all of this knowledge. So I encourage everybody to learn as much as you can now while they're here. So thank you, Esquele. Let me see. The next questions are, the next question is, do you have any stories of ancestral foods or medicines from your region that helped you to heal or overcome some kind of illness or stressor in your life? So that's, I'll start with Susan. And if you want me to repeat it again, it's, do you have any stories of ancestral foods or medicines from your region that have helped you to heal or overcome some kind of illness or stressor in your life?
I am very, very grateful. Have been pretty healthy most of my life. I'm early 50s now, and I'm aging. I can feel that change in my physical self. But I credit my grandparents and my parents. I got good genes from them that kind of set me up, I think, for my life. But I haven't always been this healthy. I haven't always been this conscious and what's the word I'm looking for? Intentional with how I live. When I was younger, I had to mature into this way of life. And so I'm just really lucky that I'm healthy. So I haven't been ill enough, but I will tell you, we all, you know, feel stress. We all have stress. This modern lifestyle contributes to a lot more stress. So as I've grown and aged and recognized, you know, changes in my life, I've made adaptations to my lifestyle and to me to help with that. And so I think food, not only what you eat, but growing it yourself contributes to the way I deal with stress. And then it's also reconnected me to the outdoors, to the earth, to just being with plants, being outside, all those things really. So it's not really just about eating the foods, it's like being with the earth that helps me work with stress. But I've had to, and in the last couple of years, I've really kind of pulled back. It might not seem that way, but in my own world, I've pulled back from a lot of things. I don't watch TV. I'm not on the internet too much. I mean, when I have to be, but I am trying to be more quiet and still and be with myself a lot more. And because my spirit feels I need that. And so when you begin listening to your body, in a lot of different ways, it's always talking to you, it's telling you a lot of things, and we usually don't hear it until your neck really hurts or until your stomach hurts. You know, it has to get to a really bad point until finally like, oh gosh, something's wrong, right? So part of what I guess I'm trying to say is just listen, stop and listen to your body, because it's talking to you all the time. And removing food is just as powerful as eating something good for you. Our diets are so heavy, they're so rich today, lots of salts, lots of fats, lots of meat, that it's actually better to remove all those things for a period to help your body get back in balance. And culturally, at Hopi, we have cultural fasts that take place as part of certain rituals. And I think those fasts are really intended to help bring your body closer to spiritual connectedness. I believe that's the purpose of that. But you don't need to wait for those cultural practices to do those fasts, right? You can remove these things, and then that's when we bring in some of that ancestral food, the numni, the blue corn meal, those really milder foods that'll help our bodies readjust and rebalance. So, and that's just comes from our culture, but I know every culture has those same foods that they can call upon. But so I've just been really, really intentional about what I eat. I'm the mother of my household. I mean, I'm the female of the household, so I can help dictate what my family eats because I cook. I'm the one that cooks the meals. So I have a lot of power over what my family eats and how they approach food and how we eat together and all the things related to food. So I utilize that as a way to, teach at least ourselves what should we be paying attention to? How can we be more grateful? Why are we not having meat? That's a big one with my husband. He's a meat eater. I'm trying to find ways to pull it out a little bit because we can eat it every night. He loves that. But just looking at the whole and listening to yourself, I think so. My father passed from cancer about 15 years ago now. It's been that long. And we knew he was sick, but we didn't know what was going on with him. And once we found out what happened, he was gone in a month. And that really also shifted, what's in our water and what are we drinking, and
Susan,
Susan,
your mute is.
I just
Your
saw
mute.
that.
Okay, sorry.
Did you hear any of what I said, or was I on
No,
mute?
no, we did hear most of it. I don't know what happened, but it just shifted really quick and
Okay.
you were shut off. So probably the last couple of sentences that we didn't hear.
Okay. Well, I was just kind of saying, I think if we just need to listen to ourselves more. And I think everyone comes into their own time in their own lives of when you want to pay more attention to what you put in this spiritual vessel that you call your body. I do agree, food is medicine. Food is beautiful medicine. So if we begin to slow down and pay attention and really value our bodies and recognize everything we put in there can hurt or hinder or help or strengthen, when we start to think that way, then we become really more intentional about what we're eating and how we're eating and everything around that.
Valerie, I just want to reflect on what Susan was talking about. That was really beautiful, Susan, when you talked about that we don't need to wait to fast or to think about these foods that we're taking. It's springtime now, and it's a really good time to reflect. I just had a birthday, so when you said, we don't need to wait for ceremonial fasts for my birthday, I decided to fast and kind of reassess my diet and just be able to connect with myself a little bit more, and be able to, like you said, just kind of be quiet and feel what my body was needing from me. And when I'm always putting things in it, TV, internet, as you said, foods, it's hard to hear what my body is trying to say. So I really appreciate you saying that, because it's really nice to know we can just be more quiet, and that we don't need to wait for certain times. We can do it when we feel called to do that. So thanks for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Okay, so the question, do you have stories of ancestral foods or medicines from your region that helped you to heal or overcome some kind of illness or stressor in your life? And Leon, if you can answer that.
Okay, thank you. I do have a story to tell. When I was young, when I was still, I don't know what age, I had an illness. I was sick and I wasn't very strong. And so my grandmother and grandfather were the ones that took care of me. Um, what I don't know if they knew what the problem was, but the medicines that they gave me were actually from the in the environment. They use cedar. We have cedar that grows out here, and so they use cedar to boil it and to have me drink the juice from the cedar. And they also bathed me in that cedar juice every morning. They would rub that, like kind of bathing me all over with that. And that also, they had the medicine man that came over and provided medicine for me to take. So my grandmother was doing that for me, getting me well. And the other thing that also that they did every morning was to do a prayer. And I learned some of the prayer. I guess I was taught to pray also during that time. They were teaching me that to pray to get well. But they were able to heal me. And I don't even know what other medicines they used besides what the medicine man was able to provide. And I think that goes back to how healthy you are as an individual. If you're healthy, you don't need to go to the doctor. You don't need to go to the healthcare center to have a major operation if you're sick. In this case, I guess I was well enough uh, and not didn't have any other major health problems, and they were able to cure me. So that's my story about that. Is that they were able to take care of me with our own medicine. But one of the other medicines that we have also within our population, within our native culture, is that songs. There are songs that we sing, not only in the ceremonial time that we have our religious ceremonies. There are songs that are sung that help us within our own selves to psychologically affect us. And those songs also talk about good things that are going to happen in those songs that are essentially prayers. The other songs that we have on Hopi are songs that are sung to us in the public by the kachinas that come. And if you listen to those songs tell you about life and how you need to be kind to other people, kind to each other, kind to animals, and also that because of that, the rains will come. So there's that spiritual health that comes within the culture that deals with our psyche and our mental health. And then, of course, you mentioned fasting. Fasting in the ceremonies, the religious ceremonies that we have are part of those ceremonies that happen in those ceremonies. But prayers are really, really key. You need to pray every morning and every night before you go to bed. Those prayers are for not only yourself, but for every living things on earth, for them to be well, to prosper, to have happiness, to be strong, and also to thank the Creator for providing every day for what we are able to have. Um, but also the foods that we have. There are foods out there that the earth provides every springtime when it gets warm. And that's what we call navani. Those are wild plants that are out there growing for our benefit. And today, we don't have many people harvesting those. And that's nutritious for our body. Like I was talking about genes. We still have those genes from centuries ago that still tie these foods to our body, which gives us the most energy, most nutritious food. So wild food is also medicine, and just generally food. uh, that we eat, but we have to be very selective of what we eat. And I think from the teachings that we have, we're taught to be very selective. And that's what we're not practicing today. We're not teaching. The people and our families are not taking that into their heart and saying, yes, we do need to eat this food, and be very selective of what we buy at the store, because that affects our body.
Thank you, Esquale. Terry Honani, can you talk about any stories or share any kind of anything that has helped you in your life?
Yeah. So in November, I got sick with COVID, myself and myself and my boyfriend and my son got sick. I'm sorry. It was scary. I didn't know what to do, and I felt so alone and really scared. I didn't want my son or my boyfriend to pass or anything. I wasn't really worried about myself, but I'm just really thankful I was born Hopi and born to a good family, because my mom and my dad and all of my relatives came and took care of me and our kids. And that's what the power of family and the power of community, healed me, because all of their thoughts and prayers and the food and good intentions that they made for us healed me and my family. So my mom made us dinner every night, and just the thoughts and prayers that she put into the food, really helped us. And then so one of the Leon had mentioned before, we have Womapi, the cedar. And I made this really long post about my journey through recovering from COVID, but cedar helped a lot. We boil it. It's used in so many ways. So my dad brought over a whole supply of Womapi for me, and then bear root. So we have another one called bear root that we use. So I boiled that and steamed it, and then the steam from Womapi cleansed my house. Then every day, same thing, intentional prayer, thoughts and strength that we would recover with smoking our house. So there's another term you guys use for it, but smoking our house, every single part of your house. Oh, yeah, smudging. Sorry, I hope we call it smoking. Smoking our house every day, cleansing the air, because that it was in the air. This virus is within the air system, and so in our clothes, and so smoking every day, steaming it all day. So I had a pot of water boiling all day, every day. Then drinking the Womapi water, and then also bear root, cleansing myself and my son and my boyfriend, and then fasting too. So with us, when we fast, no meat, no prepackaged foods, just basically our traditional food was piki, water, and tea, and a little bit of fresh fruit. So although I'm very grateful for all of these food packages that we get, that's all prepackaged canned food items that are full of preservatives and full of we don't know what's in canned foods, but I do know what goes into piki and sameviki, and into the blue marbles that I was making, and my mom would make us broth and make the what do you call it?
Butaka?
Blue cornmeal,
Mush.
butaka, and then
Yeah.
yeah, and then and just having a storage of our own, you know, we were able to just eat that, and then my boys recovered really fast. On the other hand, I think I was just stressed out and like trying to take care of everybody, but we all recovered really well. So those are, you know, our food, and then our wamapi and bear root, you know, that really saved us. And then cleansing our house every day really was, I can't say enough about it. It saved my life. So those are the types of things that, you know, I believe in. I truly believe in our foods in our system out here, and all my family and our community who came together with good thoughts and prayers to get us well again. Thank you. Sorry for being emotional.
That's okay.
It's
It is emotional. It's an emotional thing. And just thankful that you're still here with us, Terry, and your family, and thankful to your family for and friends who demonstrated sovereignty by coming all around you and helping you to regain your strength. So you're here with us today. So thank you for that story. And we'll move on to Clayton Bracope.
Thank you.
okay.
I was thinking about how best to answer that question. I was fortunate when I was younger that we actually lived with our grandmother, and I had our parents lived in the same house, but it was like what they call extended family. So we lived in our grandmother's home, and she would, when we were younger, she would take us out and show us the different medicines that she knew, herbal medicines primarily, and how to look for them. And in our stories, and perhaps there's similar stories in other people's knowledge, that generally there's always two plants that are very similar. They kind of look alike, but one will help you and the other one might has the potential to kill you. And this actually comes from our creation story from way back on how that came about. And my grandmother, she lived to be around, she had two different birth dates that they thought were her birthdays. And she passed away when she was around 90, somewhere in that neighborhood. And I only remember her going to the hospital one time, you know, and who of us could say that even now, you know, how old are we who are less than 90? And she only was able to go to the hospital one time. And that was because what I had understood, I wasn't living at the house then. I had already moved away, that one of her relatives had shot a goose, and they cooked the goose, and it was a wild goose, and somehow that goose was ill too, and that's how she got sick. But anyways, one of the things that she taught us is that there was other forms of medicine out there too, plant medicine, but also with animals too. And she would ask us as young boys, we have an animal. I don't know if it's in some of your territories there or not, it's called a muskrat. It lives in a marshy area, and they're maybe about that big. They're not real big, and they have a hairless tail. They're not the rat that you might see in the city or somewhere. It's different. And that animal, that muskrat's actually also in our creation story too. And he was the one that was able to actually bring Earth to where we live now. But she would tell us, she would ask for that animal every so often, not all the time, every so often. She would say, could you go and look for a muskrat? She says, if you get one, bring it home and I'll cook it and we'll share it. And I said, okay, we'd look for that. And we would look for it and we would find it and kill it and bring it home. And she would prepare it. And if you look at its meat, it was kind of almost glossy, I guess you might say. It was dark. And she said to look at the meat of this muskrat. It's different than some of the other animals that you see. And the other thing to do is to watch the muskrat wherever he goes and wherever whatever he eats is medicine. So, you know, whatever he ate, you could benefit from that too. So he would teach you that, you know, what is medicine, but he himself would become a medicine. So, you know, someone was talking about foods earlier and food being medicine. Yes. You know, that's how we maintain our good health, I guess, is what we eat, how we eat, and maybe even how much we eat. And I try my best. I'm not a purist. I'm not 100% there. And, you know, I admit that and I understand that, but we do try our best to make those foods that our grandparents and our parents taught us, and to learn from what our grandmothers and our grandfathers. I didn't know any of my grandfathers, but I knew both of my grandmothers, and so I tried to practice what they told us. And so, and stress. We all have stress in our lives somehow. I don't know how, but it comes into our lives. And to me, the best one has been is we have our fields, we have our gardens and so forth. And you could have the worst day ever. You could have the worst week ever, no matter what. And you could go into your garden, you could go into your field, and within minutes, that's gone away. Those plants, they're there not only to nourish you, but to bring you good health. So that's my part. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are awesome memories that you have. And I know memories are really important because I know that they've pulled me through hard times, memories of my grandparents, my parents being in the fields and doing all the things that what Clayton was talking about, going hunting for the muskrat. You know, those kind of things are healing also. Those memories are healing. So that's why we're wanting to share those, you know, those stories. Let me see, who did I not? Lillian, I didn't call on Lillian yet. Are you here, Lillian?
I'm here, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Susan, Terry, and Clayton and Leon. Those stories are really, you know, great to hear. And it's always nice to hear, you know, how others utilize medicine and how they overcome, you know, stress or illness in their lives. So for myself, you know, growing up as a young person, I grew up mainly around like, my mom and my great grandma and others around me, my other grandmas and others, had a pretty good sense of remedies. So throughout, our childhood or even throughout our lives, we have different illnesses that come up. And so, and if you're a mother, I have 4 children and I also have nieces and nephews and others that I take care of every now and then. They come around. And so for myself growing up, there were quite a few remedies that my own parents and my own family utilized to help me overcome just childhood things like toothaches or earaches. Tobacco is a huge medicine for my family because that's also our clan. And so, my family, the women in my family have passed down different ways to use tobacco, not only as a prayer, but also to help, with different things that come up, especially, earaches and other things like that. If anyone had an earache, the pipe would come out, they'd smoke tobacco and blow it in your ear and just different things like that. So there was, a lot of remedies that I grew up with as a child too, onions, garlic. And these, I guess what we consider, some people call them, like folk medicine or women's medicine, these different things that we know as women to take care of our children and ourselves as we grow. And so there was, a pretty good, assortment of things that I grew up using and knowing. Yucca root is another one that we use quite often, and that's for any skin ailments. When we get rashes or anything like that, you pound the yucca root and you do a wash with that, as well as the hair. Anytime you were going through things, in your own life. Or myself, I had people in my family who, either were in the military or experienced different trauma in their life, either alcoholism or like domestic violence, any type of trauma that people went through. I remember, there'd always be a washing of the hair, a cleansing of the person, and so that the family can even give new names to them. So I know yucca root is something that's been used a lot as well. Also just for every day, when we get stung by ants or bees or anything like that, the potato was always used as a medicine as well. And I always wonder, where did that come from? I don't know if any of you have had that, but my great grandma would slice a potato and put that on anything, like a bee sting or anything. And so I always wonder how they knew about that. And so a few years ago, we were visited by some folks from Peru, some Quechua people who live there, and they grow potatoes. And they said that in their culture, the potato is one of their main healing medicines, because they cut it and they use it for different, as a actual poultice, or as something to put on the skin to help with different bites and sores and rashes and things like that. So I always wonder, wow, how did, these old Hopi women know certain things like that? So just certain things like that. Also, corn silk is another medicine that I use fairly often. And I learned that from my own great grandma. She would make corn silk tea during different times and give it to us. And as I grew older and became a mother myself, I experienced different things as a woman. When you have children, your body goes through a lot. And so, you have imbalances that occur at different points in time. So, making a tea with the corn silk and drinking that, throughout the day for, a few days, that will actually help to cure up, any imbalances with like the urinary system or, other parts within the female body too. And it's also cleansing for your system as well. So that's a medicine that I use quite often. Another is the pinon sap. We go collect the sap and still do. And the pinon sap is a very powerful medicine too. And growing up, the pinon sap would be boiled down and mixed with oil and made into into a lotion or a salve, and anytime that we would have, you know, like coughs or congestion or anything like that, or fevers even, they would rub it on our chest, and that would help to bring up the mucus or things like that. So I still use that and collect that quite often, making salves for my own children. And actually, when I was pregnant with my children, I have 4 kids, and 2 of them are twins. So I had a twin pregnancy and a twin birth, and I went through a hard time actually during childbirth with my twins, and I went through quite a bit of trauma during their childbirth. And after they were born, you know, in the Hopi way, we do have a ceremony for the child, for the baby, as well as for the mother. And so during that time, I learned a lot from, you know, from my own, like, you know, the women who took care of me and who helped me. And so, you know, as women, we do have healing medicine, and some of the herbs that were mentioned, like the juniper, the cedar, some of the foods that were mentioned as well. You know, there's certain things that and certain practices that we have within our own culture and societies to take care of ourselves and to help ourselves heal from trauma or from certain things. So so as women, you know, it's really important that we begin to understand and utilize not only foods, but learn about the different plants and how they can be used, and the medicines. And I know that, you know, within our own communities, a lot of that knowledge has been lost or has been forgotten. And so as, you know, as Indigenous people from whatever culture you come from, it's important to develop a relationship with your food and with, you know, the plants or the herbs or the animals around you, and to begin to, you know, understand, understand how to overcome illnesses or stresses without, you know, resorting first to the NyQuil or the Tylenol or those things. You know, in my family, we've never really used that type of medicine for illnesses that have come up even as a child. And today, even with my own children, I always resort to, oh, you're not feeling good. Okay, here's some garlic tea, or here's, you know, here's an onion that's so just like different things like that. So sometimes my kids get a little, you know, they get a little upset with me because they're, how come we just, you know, other people take ibuprofen and Tylenol? Why, you know, how come we have to take this tea? It's gross and things like that. And so, you know, I think with my kids going to school, they see, you know, how their peers and other people handle different illnesses or different, you know, stresses in life. And so for myself, you know, I feel it's important to go to foods or to medicines or herbs first. And if we're, you know, if that's not able to help with certain serious things that come up, then, you know, then resorting to a different method perhaps. So, but yeah, I mean, this is a great question, and I think it's really interesting to learn more about healing practices and how those, you know, practices have endured, and how people utilize, you know, plants and medicines and foods for healing. But for myself, I think I have, you know, a pretty good repertoire of different herbs, berries, and things like that I've learned to gather over the years and learned to use. But I think those are more specific to different ailments that come up, and it's important for each of us to cultivate our own understanding and our own knowledge around how to use those. And if we're, you know, sometimes you have to be initiated to use certain plants or certain medicines too, or you have to have certain teaching around that. So I think for myself, I've learned a lot from others around me, and just, you know, also experimenting and trying different things and seeing if they work. So I'm a real firm believer in right living, and in, you know, being able to be healthy and take care of yourself. And if needed, you know, all of us face different things that come up at different points in our lives. So like Susan mentioned, you know, it's important to be in touch with yourself and your body and your spirituality, and, you know, seek out herbs and seek out other medicines only if they're needed, and to always, you know, ask permission and to honor those medicines too in your healing practice, because otherwise, without the spiritual and energy and without the prayers that go into them, they won't be as effective. So yeah, I mean, I do, one of my visions in the future is to see, our own communities revive practices and really be able to nurture a new generation of healing practitioners and others who can focus on these healing arts and to be able to provide that. Because for myself, growing up too, our family did have a family medicine person, outside of our family as well. And that was a woman from our community, and she's here and she's still trusted, and she has helped our people out a lot within our village. So, and I think there's different, medicine societies that we have that still continue to practice. So I think those are, important. But for myself, like I said, these were things that you could find around the house or gather or grow yourself. So, yeah.
Valerie, you're on mute still.
Thank you, Lillian. Sorry about that. I was just saying that as all of you are speaking, all these memories are coming back to me in my mind. When we were young, I remember one of my brothers getting big rashes and welts all over his body. He was just covered in welts, red welts. And I remember that my grandfather took him outside and he was singing, a song or something under his breath, and he had a feather in his hand, and he took my brother outside and he went and just started, he was singing and he was doing this with the feather to his body. And as he was doing this with the feather to his body, all these ants started falling from his body, falling out, and they were crawling on the ground. And I remember being so shocked and surprised. And I was looking, I was like, oh, those really ants, coming out of his body. And I remember after he was done doing what he did, I remember that he told all of us, that's why you have respect for the ants and the animals and plants all around you. You don't destroy a home. And that's what he did. My brother had destroyed an ant home. He just went over and tore it all up. And so those ants somehow got into his body. And so those are some of the things that we're taught as kids, to be respectful of everything around you and to not do those things, because there's consequences for your actions. When you're not taking that into consideration, you're destroying, something, a creation of, somebody's home. So those are just kind of memories. Like I said, thank you, Lillian, for sharing that. And you're right. We never, I was grateful that my mother knew a lot of these remedies too, because sometimes, we'll have a stomach ache. She'll put some blue meal into a cup with some water, and she'll mix it up for us. And she's like, here, drink this, giving it to us to drink. And we didn't think about it at the time, but, we would just drink it and we feel better from it. And later on, I was doing this for my kids, and you don't think about it at the time, but those are our own remedies and stuff that we need to continue to pass on, because it's really important. Right now, what Lillian's saying is that we have to learn about these things. But yes, there are ceremonies and different things you have to be initiated into to help healing. But nowadays, it's very hard to find somebody who will. As kids, we never were taken to a chiropractor. We were always taken down to a man in our village that helped. He would set everything back in place for us. My mom would take us there. Payment would be food, and his mother was the one that used to fix rearrange the babies when they were in breech position. So she would take us there to, as we were having children of our own, to get fixed like that. So all of that I didn't realize, and I took for granted now that I'm raising my kids, I wonder who I'm going to take my kids to, if my daughter has a, breach or because we're not teaching and passing this on. So it's really important that we do that and cultivate new healers within our community. And we'll get to the last panelist, Clayton Harvey. Clayton Harvey, we haven't heard from you yet. Your story of ancestral foods or medicines from your region that have helped you in some way to heal. Is he still with us, Clayton?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can. Okay, I was just saying that I like to tell people that that my culture saved my life. Growing up, I grew up farming and I really resented it. I remember maybe we were, gosh, probably 6 or 7 years old, and it was harvest time, and we just collected all this corn, the corn cobs, and they're on top of a shed to dry out. But that night it started to rain, and about 2 or 3 in the morning we were forced outside to collect all the corn cobs from the top of the roof. And when we were doing it, we're questioning what was happening. We're like, what, 6 or 7 year old is up at 2 o'clock in the morning doing this type of work. This is ridiculous. And it really drew me to not really have a passion for it growing up. And when I eventually left the reservation, it was just like every Raz kid's dream. Like, I can't wait till I turn 18. I'm gonna leave this place. And that was me. And I left, and I had quite a bit of identity crisis when I was out there, out in the world. I remember I was I was hanging out with some friends, and we went to a movie, and everyone had went to the restroom, and I had their snacks and their drinks, and my hands were full. And this guy comes up to me, and comes up to my face, and he's like, "Are you native?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm native." And he's like, "Well, what are you?" And I'm like, "I'm Apache." And he looks at me and he's like, "What do you mean I'm Apache?" He's like, "You ought to say that with some pride, with some power to it, because don't you know that your people fought against the strongest army in the world? That strongest army in the world wanted every man, women, and child wiped off the face of the earth." And he's like, "Look at you, you're standing here, and that's a testament of how strong your people are." And at that point, I was like, "Yeah, whatever." And then some things happened, and I ended up coming home. And when I came home, that incident, that experience really, really resonated and spoke to me. And I looked at life at a different way. I looked at coming home in a different way, and just seeing the mountains, the water, hearing our people talk, our dances. It was all different. And when the farm that I work at, when I came back home, it was just getting started, and it seems like all the things that I learned that my grandmother had taught me, and it may have been like I may have felt like I was like it was forced upon me, and that I was obligated to do these chores. But in all reality, I think she was setting me up for today. She was getting me ready for what I'm doing, and preparing me for this journey that I'm taking on. And with that, that's how, culture, food, medicine, that's how it all saved my life. That's how that's my experience with it. And, I like to think that's why I'm still here, because, my culture, my way of life, our traditional farming, just everything, all that saved me. And as a result of that, I'm here talking to you guys. And I'm very grateful and honored for that. So with that, I'm gonna end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clayton, for sharing those stories. And I just listening to all of you, it's hard not to get emotional. And I'm always like an emotional person, and I always felt like it was a weakness. And I realized later on it was a strength. Because sometimes, all these stories touch you in different ways, and it reminds you of how strong we are as a people, and how much that we really, like I was saying earlier, that I feel like I don't know, a whole lot compared to my parents and their grandparents. But I feel like as kids, because we grew up in this way, that we will remember a lot of it, and sharing all these stories and talking about all these medicines just really brought up a lot of memories. And we were all nurtured very well by our family growing up. I'm fortunate to have grown up in a nurturing family. So I'm really grateful for that. And thank you for sharing all the stories that all of you shared. All of you really brought back a lot of good memories for me. And I know with my father too, we're sitting here trying not to, talk while I'm talking. But I'll move on to the next question. We'll start with Susan. Again, what would you recommend to a young person or family just starting out on the path of reclaiming their ancestral foods and learning life skills, whether it be farming, ranching, wildcrafting, game hunting? What would you recommend to a young person or maybe a family just starting out?
I really appreciate the question of adding the word family, and I don't really want to answer this question by myself. I wish my husband was here with me, because we're a team, we're a family. We do things as a family in my household. Our son is a part of it. So when you're looking to get on this path, you should think about it as a family endeavor. It's a way to involve everyone. We all have a responsibility. We all have a role to play. But the other thing would be to start small, very small. That's how I started. I started out growing 2 kinds of plants, and I was successful. I can't even tell you what kind of tomato was a tomato. And then over the years, I'm like, wow, I can grow some. That's really cool. I found that I love that. So I started trying something else the next year, and then I added a little bit more the next year. And you just learn.
Not here. Yeah, see, well, people use.
Okay. Can somebody mute their, put yourself on mute. Okay.
And so, just starting, I didn't know I would be here talking about all this when I started this work. It was just something I like to do. So you have to enjoy it, because it's work. It is a lot of work. But I enjoy this work, and I learned, it gives me so much more than it gives back. When I started, I thought I was just growing food, but it's given me happiness. It's given me joy. It's given me knowledge. It's given me a connection. Like Clayton say, it's your wellness. It's your therapy. There's just so much I get in return that I can't imagine not doing it. So, but starting small I didn't know all that when I started, right? You just start a little bit at a time, and you incorporate that into your life. Terry was correct when earlier she said, this is really a lifestyle. This is a lifestyle change. You have to choose in today's world. You have to choose to what Clayton said, and Mr. Nebai is still, to claim your right to grow and do what you want to do. It's easy. If you want to have somebody else do it for you, you can do that. Go to the grocery store and somebody's chosen and done the work for you. But if you want to do it, it's way harder, but it's so much rewarding. So, but it is a lifestyle. People come to see our gardens and things, and they're like, "Oh wow, this is so great. You know, I want to do this too." And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it." But then you can't go away every weekend and go do trips and do other things because your obligations and your attention is all right there in front of you. So we don't go anywhere, and we're okay with that. It's okay for us to do that, but not everybody is okay with that lifestyle. You have to understand that once you know that's what I'm teaching second Mesa Day School elementary school kids right now, and it's so much to hear them when they say, you know, we're gonna put a seed in the ground today. These are your new babies. You know, your new parents now. You're gonna have to pay attention, and you can't put a seed in the ground and walk away and expect to have a harvest. You know that a farmer needs a farm needs a farmer, and a field needs a farmer, and a garden needs a gardener. And so it's a big commitment, but so part of it's just starting small, learn one or two things that year, incorporate that into your life, and next year you're going to learn more, and your knowledge basket's going to get a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, and then before you know it, you're doing way more. So today I not only grow food, but I've learned to seed save. That's just organically what happens when you start to grow food. You're trying to find more seeds. I learned how to preserve different foods, and I still have so much more to learn. I'm just starting that, because when you spend so much time growing it, you need to try and keep that around a little bit longer. I didn't intend to be a rancher, but that fell into my lap, and I started to ranch. I married a rancher, thank goodness. I think somebody up above knew that was coming, so they put him in my life. I gave up my cattle, but he still has his, and so we ranch as well. He's a hunter, which has led me to learn how to a lot about meat, how to butcher meat, how to cut meat, how to preserve meat, when things come into your life, right? Just you're destined. People are way above us, are looking out for you, and they present this to you, and that is your chance to decide: am I going to take this and learn it, or am I going to not go there? And for me, things have happened that have built my own capacity over 20 years. So I didn't do any of this work 20 years ago. Before that, I did other work. But today I come with you with a bunch of knowledge, and just from learning a little bit at a time. And guess what? I have so much more to learn. That's the other thing about doing this. I have so much more to learn. I have teachers in this room right now who are going to teach me something today. And you already have.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we'll move on to my father.
Yeah, thank you. There's so much to share, I think, and a lot of it is coming from the panel, people that are talking, and I keep wondering how I should express myself. I tend to be just very general in a lot of times. A lot of times I'm just making general statements, and I need to be a little bit more detailed in some of those things. But what the question was, what would you recommend to a young family or a young person? And really, it's back to my world, I guess, the Hopi world. And my recommendation is to learn who you are, where you come from, and also to learn the practices that are within that style of living, Hopi way of life. Learn it, understand it, and then put it into practice. And there are a lot of examples of how you can practice some of these in some of these areas. And the practices that you learn from the Hopi way of life is that you learn the skills, and these skills are what you call life skills. Those life skills are the ones that are taught at an early age. Like, for example, one where I learned about the soil, and to be able to touch that soil and to get the feel of that soil as a young child, as a young person, and to be out there with my grandmother in the garden planting, hoeing weeds, irrigating. And we lived in a village where there was irrigation. And I learned that from a young person. And it taught me how to be responsible for plants. And she taught me, and later on my uncles, of course, brought that to my attention again, is that when you're out in a field, you plant that seed and you're planting a life. And when you plant a life, what do you do with it? You have to take care of that life that you planted. And that's the seed that you put into the ground. So as it grows, you understand what that plant is all about. It's showing you a life that's beginning to bloom. And so what you do is you take care of it. What you do is you hoe the weeds around it so that the weeds don't take the moisture from the ground, and you're saving that moisture for that plant. So you're caring for the plant. Also, you sing to the plant. You sing to the plant to make them happy and enjoy themselves as another living thing. And one person mentioned to me one time, I said, the plant knows who you are. They get to know you. And so as a farmer, when you're coming to your fields, it sees you coming and it's happy to be there with you again, because you're coming to see your plants, and you're singing to it, and you're singing songs to the plant that talks about life and how the environment, how the clouds are going to gather to give you moisture and to quench your thirst and to give you this vitality that comes from the rain that falls. And one of the things that I found out later also was that the rain that comes from the sky is energized. It's a different kind of a water. That water is energized with lightning, and that lightning gives that nutrition, I guess is what you would call it, that energy in that raindrop that falls and is absorbed in the soil. And that's what the plant nurtures itself from, is that water that comes from the rain. It's more, so it's a little bit different, I guess, but that's what I learned from that, and that's true. If you water your plants with rainwater, it grows a lot better. Rather, the tap water is okay, I guess, in a way, but the rainwater really has that energy in it. The springs that we have out here, they water their plants from the springs. That spring has different kind of structure, the water, I guess, in a way, scientifically. I don't know what you would call that, but really the practice, what you learn in the Hopi way of life, to me, and it's for all, that's for all tribes. They have a way, they have teachings that teach you how you should take care of your plant, how to be responsible, how to nurture the plant by singing and by taking care of it. That teaches you how to raise your children. You apply that to your children, and you use those practices then to raise your children. You sing to them when they're born. You even sing to them when they're still in the womb. So those kinds of practices really are just teaching you the life skills that you need to nurture life and to allow the life to blossom. So that's what I would recommend to, if I were going to sit down and give some advice. Learn from your culture, learn from the modern knowledge that's out there, and to combine those and learn how to be responsible and respectful, like that story about the ants living in my son, building their home in the body of my son because he destroyed their home. And that's something that's very sacred. And I guess in a way you have to really respect that and give that respect to those things that are around you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Asquali. Let me see. Terry Honani. Are you with us?
Yeah, right here.
I'm sorry, I can't see everybody on the screen. What would you recommend to a young person or family?
My advice is just speak your intentions. Always like hold things inside and expect everybody to know what I'm thinking. And I think a lot of young people are like that. They don't speak their intentions out. How, so like when I wanted to learn about gardening, I would like seek out people to teach me. And the universe opens up, and you know I'm meeting Susan and Lillian and Val and everybody. So just speak your intentions out, and you know those resources will come to you. They'll other avenues will open up. You know that'll have you, if you're really persistent and really wanting that information and knowledge and someone to teach you, the universe will provide it for you. But you have to speak it out and let people know you want to learn. And I think with having kids too, I have two boys, they're 16 and 19. I'm trying to just tell them you need to be teachable. You need to be, don't be stubborn. You know, there's more than one way to do something, and you have to be able to accept that knowledge. And you know, the Hopi way, we're always being with our tajas and guas, you know, there are the strict people in our lives, but they're there for a reason. They're doing teachable moments to you. Although they might be stern about it, you won't forget that lesson. So then you have like our whole network of our family and friends and clanship and different relationships through our in-laws and family members, our godparents, our godchildren, our brothers and sisters and cousins and so forth. So that opens up a lot of resources, you know, in knowledge from all of those different networks. So so just reach out to those resources that you have. You're not alone. And I think that's really good, like how we introduce ourselves in Hopi or whatever culture or people that you're from. It's really important to introduce yourself because that opens up a door to you meeting new people, whether you're related through a clan or somehow, or they know your parents or they know your kids. So just speak your intentions out, be teachable, and I don't know, the journey to learning never stops. It's just everlasting. And if you think you're done learning, you're probably not. So that's my advice to anybody trying to learn about this, about things like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry. Those are awesome pointers for young people. And I like the part you said about being teachable.
Yeah.
And you know, because my grandmother used to say, don't be a bullwinkle. And I don't know if any of you older ones might know what who Bullwinkle is. He was a moose that was called Mr. Know-It-All. And so she used to always say to us, you're not a bullwinkle. Don't be a bullwinkle. You don't know it all. So it was funny, you know, she put it in that way. And it was good too, the way that she reprimanded us. It wasn't in a mean way. It was like in a, you know, like a teaching way. So we understood it that way and didn't weren't given harsh words. So thank you, Terry, for sharing that. We'll move on to Clayton Bracope.
Okay. Advice to people, young people that maybe want to engage in this. There's yeah, one of the things is actually like if you want to get into farming or gardening, Um, start small. I've seen, I've done it. And I've seen it happen many times where everybody kind of gets into their idea that they're going to plant a garden or a farm, start farming. And it's easy to plant. You can always, you know, that's, it's hard work, but it's easy to overplant, I'll say. You have to get kind of gauge because you don't know how much work it's going to be later on. One of the lessons that we learned is try your best to plant within that your knowledge of that moon cycle. And sometimes our schedules, our family schedules and so forth, sometimes it doesn't work exactly the way you would with that moon cycle. Because if you do work within, when we were able to do it like right on the money, it makes less work throughout the whole season. It really does its work, I'll say. So that's part of it. Learn as much as you can by starting smaller, and you'll be able to gauge how much time you'll need for to enlarge your fields or to plant other things, so forth. Because what happens is when maybe you've taken on more work than you thought, you become discouraged. So don't be discouraged. Even if, say, something happens, and something will happen that'll discourage you. Try not for that to change your mind in your process of learning. I'll give you a story. Years back when we were actually first starting too, we planted a good field. We had good luck for several years. And one year we got started. We planted our corn, and they were up maybe about that high. 6-8 inches or more, something in that neighborhood, and it looked beautiful. And we're happy, and we went back the next day, and our corn was gone. It was eaten by the cattle. And that'll discourage you. That'll make you angry. That'll do it, put you in a bad place, everything. And that happens. And you have to deal with it. And, it's hard to move on, I'll say, but we did. And we learned something from that, a good lesson, I'll say. And so, some years we have bountiful production, and other years not so much, and those are I guess what we learn, and to take that not just in agriculture but in our life in general. And I think that's the beauty of what we do. There's always something to learn every day, every year, every cycle. And so to young people, that's the advice, is not to be discouraged, but to try to learn as much as you can from whatever, from good years and from bad years and from mediocre years. Last year was a drought for us, but we did good. I don't know why. We did better than we should have, I'll say. even in the drought. And the rains came, I'll say, just in time. They were timed perfectly for when the plants were being stressed, and we had a great year. If you have children, and I think even the older, they say this is a panel of experts and so forth, I'll say, and we have a lot of experience in what we in our practice, I'll say. And the families that want to get into this, that have children, and I've heard that from some of the others that they said earlier that maybe they didn't enjoy it when they were children. You know, it wasn't exciting, or it wasn't fun, and that happened with our children too. We raised our children in their fields, and we took them when they were able to go out there into the field, even if they weren't able to work. That we would take them because they would see us working, and they became, I guess, natural, I'll say. It wasn't something new. And they would tell us too, because one of our fields was located right there at the entrance of the village, and people would come and go. They would see people coming and going, and they would see their friends coming and going, because their families weren't planting at the time, and it was discouraging to them. They would tell us, how come we can't do this and do that? How come we can't ride our bicycles and so forth? Because they would see others doing that, and we would tell them, you can. There's time for that, but you have to do this first. And as when they grew up, they understood that. One of my oldest daughters went to university, and she came home and she told us, thank you, Mom and Dad, for showing us how to work in the fields, because whatever she learned working in the fields, she was able to apply the ethic, I'll say, to her schooling. And so, you know, if you kind of get that feedback, I guess, from your children, you know, do your best to try to explain the importance of what they're doing, you know, and you know, that they're contributing to the health of themselves, the health of the family, the health of the community, and even to the world. That's you know, it may seem small what they're doing at that time, but it's not. It's huge what they're doing, and we have to remind them of that duty and that responsibility. And then I guess a way of enforcing that is to tell them that, you know, this is how we arrived as a people to today. You know, it brought us from the beginning of creation to now, to today. You know, and I guess that's a way of enforcing that, you know, the understanding of what we're doing. And it's even in our creation stories, you know, it comes all the way from the beginning of time, you know, that activity. And, you know, if that doesn't do it, nothing will. So anyway, good luck. And if there's no one in your family, or if there's no one in your community to look towards for that information, you know, find that information as in any way you can. It's there. you know, because even as, you know, I've been doing this since I was very small, and there's always more information that needed to be learned as we went. And luckily, I'll say, when I moved here to Suki, my wife's um, father, that family, and her uncles were still farming, and they, you know, I worked with them. I was able to, I had that I guess that benefit to be able to work with them side by side, you know, as time went on, and learned, and then we did our own thing separately. So find those mentors, and never, you know, try your best not to be discouraged.
Thank you, Esqueli. Thank you for that. We'll move on. We have, I can see we're running out of time. We'll move on to Lillian.
Actually, Valerie, we need
Yes.
to move on to the next panelist. It ended at 10.
Okay.
So we're gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're
All
gonna.
right. Thank you for watching that for us. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
So are we done then? Well, we're not gonna.
We're gonna be moving on to the next panel, and I just wanted to thank all the panelists here for joining in, and for Valerie for being such a great partner and moderator, and telling your truths and your stories. I really appreciate it. And in the vein of what Clayton was saying about looking to our mentors, or to the people that are doing the work, I just really want to thank the people on this panel for some of you that I know personally being those people for me, for Valerie and Clayton and Lillian, for really walking your talk, and putting your knowledge into the community, and leading us and guiding us, and just being a really big inspiration to me in the things that I do. And it's great, and we're all commenting on our text that the organizers are doing, that we could just listen to these stories all day, and we're excited to be doing this the summer gathering, and we hope you'll join us there too. And of course, we have more demos and panels coming up, and next we have Dion Vega, and she's going to be doing the Tepary bean food demonstration. And if you don't mind, if people can put their contacts into the chat, so that people can reach them. So the panelists, if you want to go ahead and type your contacts in there, if you feel comfortable with people contacting you. All the panelists have amazing projects that they're working on in their communities, really amazing best practices. And again, we thank you, the panelists, for taking the time and sharing things from your heart. We all felt it. I felt very emotional through this panel too, and it really just brings a lot of good feelings. And I'm thankful. I see some of my relatives on the East Coast that were also able to join in, and I love this connection that we're making, these virtual trade routes where we're sharing these beautiful stories and uplifting each other. So I wanna shout out to everyone there too. All right. Okay, so it looks like we're all set for Dion, and Terrell's gonna come on and do an intro now, and we'll be moving on to that food demo. Is that all right, Valerie? Everything's good there?
Yeah, everything's good. Thank you for watching the time. I was trying to keep track of everything. So thank you everybody for joining us. I really enjoyed listening to all of you and all the things that you shared. I always take to heart, and I am trying to do all the things that you all said and put those words into action. So thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Esqueli?
Thank you so much, Valerie, and thank you, Nicole. That was a really good discussion. All right, well, let me introduce next our food demo done by Dion Vega. Dion Vega from the Ajo Sustainable for Agriculture Cafe. They're in Ajo, Arizona. And let me hand it over to Sterling, who I think is there with her and will be filming her. So Sterling, take it.
Okay, so
Hi, everybody. As Charles said, my name is Dion Vega. I'm with the Ajo Farmers Market and Cafe in Ajo. I haven't been with the cafe very long. We've only started since January. However, I've always kind of been behind the scenes with working with Nina and Sterling, working with the native crops that they bring in. And it's just my passion to bring these crops to life, to kind of use them in a new, more modern way. Just a little bit about my background. I am a native of Ajo. I was born and raised here. I moved away and I found my way back. I currently work for the Sheriff's Department and I work with Nina and Sterling again. Just bringing these crops to new life, making sure that these traditions get passed on, making sure that people are educated about the crops, about the regional agriculture. And so we try to do that here at the farmers market. Our menu is in the state of evolving right now, just due to COVID. We haven't been able to do as much as we'd like with these crops, but we are growing. We're growing quickly. As things start to get better, we start to introduce more of these crops and become a more regional and more native cafe, offering these native ingredients. So today we're going to make a salad that we serve here. It's quite popular. It's called our Desert Cob. It uses tepary beans. It uses the choya buds. It uses organic sweet potatoes from local farms, cranberries, pecans, kind of everything that's local to Southern Arizona. So I'll go ahead and get started with that. It's really, really simple. It'll go really fast. So I have all my ingredients here. We'll go through them really quick. This is for the cafe. It's usually served in a tortilla shell that we deep fry. But because I want people to be able to recreate these at home, obviously don't have the mold. But we fried some corn tortillas. So these are just cut into strips and fried. We have grilled chicken and queso fresco. And this is a tepary bean and sweet potato mix. It has organic spinach, organic sweet potatoes, tepary beans, and caramelized onions. And our choya bud pico that has serranos, tomatoes, onions, cilantro, and of course choya bud. And then we have pickled red onions with a little bit of oregano and salt. And these are just pickled in lime juice. And we have organic greens. I also made a prickly pear vinaigrettes that we're going to be using on here. And if you guys like, I can show you how to make it. So vinaigrette is just olive oil. We use rice wine vinegar. We use the desert pear syrup. But if you can't find this is easy to find on Amazon. But if you can't find it, I've also made it with pomegranate molasses, and this is easy to find on Amazon as well. A little bit of Dijon mustard. We usually do a little bit of chopped shallot in there. However, I couldn't find any this morning. And then just some salt and some garlic powder, I'm sorry. So if you'd like, we can start quickly with the vinaigrette just to show you how easy it is to make. So I don't have my measuring spoons, but I know the measurement. So it's going to be 2 tablespoons of the syrup. It's going to be a tablespoon of the rice wine vinegar. Whoa, that was not good. A tablespoon of mustard, sorry. And the salt and garlic salt. So I just mix that. I'm sorry, one second. Let me just wipe my hand. I'm so sorry. Okay, and then we add in about a 1/4 cup slowly of olive oil. So this is not like extra virgin or cold pressed olive oil. That would be too strong flavor. So this just get whisked up or put in a blender. You can set that aside, and that's your vinaigrette. It's just super easy. Again, these are organic greens. I'm just gonna arrange these. I'm gonna cut some of these up. This is so pretty. We're gonna add some pickled onion. Some pico. The sweet potato mix. The queso fresco. The chicken. And the tortilla crisp right in the middle. If you're okay with nuts, we could add a little bit of nuts. I know the girls like to add nuts here. So these are just pecans. And just for some extra sweetness, some dried cranberries. We'll dress this as much as you like. And that is our desert Cobb salad. Again, this is served in a tortilla shell, but this is just something that you can recreate at home. It's really fast, it's really easy. These sweet potatoes are just pan roasted. The onions are caramelized. The spinach is wilted down, and then we add the cooked peppery beans. And that's about the hardest part of the salad. So I hope you guys can recreate it at home. It's really fast, it's really simple, it's really nutritious, and it is super delicious. So.
All right. We still have some time, so if there's any questions for Chef Dion, I mean, she is an amazing chef. Sterling here. So someone coming in said it looks like an awesome looking salad. Yeah. So yeah.
Sterling, this is Nina. Hi, Dion. Good morning. Could you maybe share a little bit with the people about peppery beans, and also how did you get to do what you do? How did you get to learn about these foods and start experimenting with them, and maybe just share a little bit what you do as a cook?
As a cook, I've been in the food industry, I've been in Bali about 10 years. It's always been a passion of mine. However, my family didn't always support me in it. I went to school, and in the end, I came back to food, right? That's my biggest passion, one of my greatest loves. I do it for many reasons. I do it for its healing powers, both physically and spiritually. I love to watch people enjoy their food, and especially when it's nutritious food like this. But my family on my dad's side is native. So my dad is from Quitovac in Sonora. And they've always been a family of foragers. I grew up going out to the desert to collect the verdolagas and what they call chuales, so like the purslane and the lamb's quarters. I grew up eating the atole made out of mesquite beans, pinole, cactus, the cactus fruit. I remember going out with my grandpa to harvest all of these things. And so when I was younger, I didn't really think anything of it. It was just part of life. But as I grew up and I realized how important it was to my culture, how important it was to keep these cultures and this tradition alive. And then it just became an even greater passion. And then I just love to use these ingredients and kind of modernize them, just because everybody's palate is now modernized. I mean, nobody wants to eat boiled beans anymore, I say. But I do use the peppery beans a lot. They are my favorite thing to work with, especially these that are such high quality. These come from the Tohono O'odham Reservation as part of our apprentice program with the Ajo CSA. So the quality is just great, the taste is just great, and they're so versatile. I use them for so many things. I've made savory sauces to use over chicken and waffles. I've made sweet sauces with maple syrup that I've used over French toast. I've used them to make barbecue sauce. I've used them to make ice cream. It's just like an endless thing with tepary beans, and I absolutely love to work with them.
Dion, I have someone asking how long you cook the choya buds for.
These are just boiled. So when we get them dry. And we boil them with a little bit of salt and garlic, and they probably boil for about a good 40 to 45 minutes in plenty of water. Any other questions?
And they're asking to see the syrup, the desert pear syrup bottle again.
Yes. So we use this just because it comes sweetened and it's just easier to work with. We use this to make the vinaigrettes. We use it to make the prickly pear glaze that we use for our chicken sandwiches. We use this to make the prickly pear iced tea and lemonade. So it's just very versatile in our kitchen. And again, this is really easy to buy on Amazon, and I think it's about $14 a bottle, but it goes a long, long way.
All right.
Any other
All right, thank you so much, Dion.
Tara, hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Just give you a little background where we're at. Yeah, as Ahasi say, and as everybody experienced, COVID did hit us. So part of our last year, our restaurant turned into a food pantry and giving out boxes. But since then, we've been able to get rid of open up spaces and give out food for people who are in need. And we are now back to open it up, and Dion is our lead chef, and so she'll just tell you a little bit about the space that we created here.
Yeah, so again, we just got started in January, and like Sterling said, we were closed down for a long time due to COVID, and then working a food relief program out of here, which is why you guys see the pallets. We've recently been able to move out a lot of food out to the community, which is amazing. We have an amazing team, they do amazing work, and we're doing amazing work in the community. But as you said, we just opened back up. We just got that open. We only have 4 chairs, four tables set up right now due to social distancing. We're still wearing masks, our team is all fully vaccinated, so want to make sure that everybody here is safe and that they're getting delicious and food. But on top of the food, we also showcase amazing native artists, original artists, and local other food providers. So we have jams that are made locally from UFO. We have potteries and other bowls and artists. These are all woodworkings from local artists as well. And we have, who they made them, how long they've been working, and just kind of a little blip about these amazing artists out here. We also carry Native American products that people can purchase. So once they eat these things in the cafe, people are usually curious about where they come from, how they're used, what they look like in their natural state. So we do have these when we tell up on the wall how they're used, where they come from. Our amazing jewelry made by Terrell. And these are a client's favorites. We sell so many. People are always so excited to see them. They are beautiful. Carry these. And again, we have a lot of like artisanal things. These are the choya buds. We sell them for people to take home and make their own salads. And we do have the recipe for them out so they can grab the product and the recipe. We have a nutritional information out for them. We have Cito and a more natural pre-prepared nectar for those that don't want so much sugar. We carry the saguaro seeds that we will eventually start using as we grow our menu. And again, a lot of Native American grains, mesquite flour, and the wheat, and of course, my love, the peppery beans. We also carry coffee. These are fair trade and coffee that we use in the cafe as well. So we have a lot going on. And I want to invite you to come out to our cafe for our food. Please come and introduce yourself when you come. Tell us that you saw us on the virtual gathering, and we'd love to come see you. I hope everything's okay.
So, Dion, I have a couple of questions about if people are asking about the ice cream recipe. So a little bit more about the ice cream.
More about the ice cream. Yeah, I will definitely work. Still, I've made it a couple of times, and I've always shared it as part of a testing process, but we are working on it. We will offer it here at the cafe in the future. I have big plans for it. But yes, we will definitely share it as soon as I have it, what I feel is perfected and you're ready to go. I will definitely put that out there and share it with you guys.
We also, I think that was the big question, and all right, that was the main question, and I'll just we have the poll coming up. If people can fill the poll up, the poll out for us while we're finishing up this session. We still have about 5 minutes left if anyone has any other questions, and we'll be able to email the recipe that you shared, Dion, earlier. And Nina, do you have any further questions?
I appreciate, Dion. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for inspiring us. I guess I'm always impressed on how you take traditional foods and you dig into the history deep and kind of combining on both borders of the on both sides of the border, and bringing that awareness how the border down here divided the people. So I really appreciate that, and looking forward to seeing what else is coming up, and also shout out to you for training the next generation. We've been doing an internship program now, and you're training the next generation of cooks and just hospitality folks. So I appreciate all the work you're doing. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I hope everybody enjoyed my salad. I hope everybody's safe and be well. Thank you.
Could I ask one more question before you go?
Yes.
So I'm from the Northwest. I'm from the Yakima Reservation, and I'm a traditional food gatherer. I appreciate your presentation. And so some of the things that we have going on here, of course, our region is kind of famous for huckleberries, and that's both mainstream and traditional. Do you ever get like flack or a lot of criticism for using any of the traditional foods, or do you feel pretty supported? With ours, it's almost taboo to use it in that mannerism, but I do try to experiment with some of our foods and add it into salads or make it more norm, more common, more friendly to my family and my relations.
No, actually, a shout out to those huckleberries. I know what you're talking about. My sister lived in Portland for many years, and those things are amazing. But no, I haven't had any criticism. I've had tons of support, which I'm so grateful for, especially through the CSA, but I've never had anybody criticize anything. I think I've only been met with a lot of curiosity. And a lot of, I guess, acceptance of it. I think there's a lot of people out here, especially in this region, that are, again, curious and willing to learn and wanting to try. I think that as this food movement grows and kind of evolves, and we have these new generations come in that don't want to eat like box foods, they want to, box restaurants, excuse me, they want to eat real food, they want to eat trendy food, and again, I've only been met with a lot of support. So again, super grateful for that.
Thank you very much. I really admire your work.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Nina. Or
Thank you. Thank you, Sterling, for jumping in, and thank you, Dion, again for sharing. I shared our website and Facebook page too, and we do have an online store to and ship nationwide. So if you are tempted to try any of these foods, we work with several wild food harvesters and native farmers. Yeah, visit us, and we will work on these ice cream recipes. So with that, we have the poll up. Please answer if you can, and share and continue sharing in the chat. Terrell, I'm gonna hand it back to you for our next panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Nina. So let me just give the next panel a few minutes to get ready. And it is going to be an amazing discussion. The last discussion was very, very interesting. You know, it was really inspiring to hear what people were doing all over, especially in Hopi area. And so we continue to move with the agenda, and our next panel is, I'm so sorry, hang on. What is it? It's Living Well Through Indigenous Lifeways, and moderated by Tosh Collins. Tosh, are you on yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. Well, let me just hand it over to you, and you can do introductions for your panel and your panelists. And there you go, Tosh.
All right. Hello, everyone. Skog Tosh. Good to see you. For those of you that have your screen on, thank you for doing that. And any others that would like to also turn their screen on, and so we can see. There's Jess. Sapo, Shapkai, Jess. How's it going? Good to see you on here. Good. More and more people are popping up right here. Good, good, good. Awesome. That way we can connect. That way we can really connect here and see one another. And I respect the privacy, certainly, of those who are, wanting to keep their privacy. But I just want to say, Skug Tosh to everybody. Anya Jugik Tosh Collins. Anakamir Autumn Javad Amjad. Anya and Chipkan, Native Wellness Institute board member, to Welfare Culture co-founder. And I'm very happy to see you all. It's good to see you all. I'm one of the board members of the Native Wellness Institute, and I'm also co-founder of an Indigenous.
Have a lovely time in Buna. I hope you find the
Founder of an Indigenous wellness initiative called Welfare Culture, and I'm from the Salt River people, the Salt River People Indian community, right outside of Phoenix, Arizona. That's on my paternal side. And my maternal side, I'm Wajaji and Haudenosaunee. My mom comes from Oklahoma, so I have different nations that I represent, and I'm very happy to also represent my various nations. And I'm the father to two young, beautiful girls named Weston and Aloe are my two girls. They are 3 years old and 4 months old. And I am a husband to my beautiful wife, Chelsea Luger, who I work with, who is from the Standing Rock Sioux Nation, also Turtle Mountain Chippewa in North Dakota. So some familiar faces on here. Rosetta, good to see you. Michael Enos, Sapo, Mary Jones, how's it going? Good to see you all from up in the Great Basin area. Good, very awesome to see people right here. But I just wanted to start off and give thanks for the day, give thanks for the life that we have, that we're living, and give thanks to our Tash Donorig, the sunlight that had decided to shine upon us and bring blessings, and giving thanks to our Juvut, our Mother Earth, that allows us to walk upon her and provide life for each and every one of us and our animal relatives, the Haichu Doakam. Give thanks also to Shudak, the water we drink, and giving thanks to Haichu Tuk, the food that we have eaten today and that we're going to eat today. The plants and the animals that have given their bodies to nourish us, I give thanks to them. I give thanks to our grandmother Moon Masha, and for bringing her blessings as well, and giving thanks to all of the elders that walked before us, that paved the way, that have passed down this knowledge and information that we have been talking about and sharing today. And giving thanks to all of all the babies that just came into the world, with all of the blessings that they bring upon us. So, and I wanted to also say thank you all for being well, and thank you for joining us. And my panel today, I was honored. Terrell had contacted me, and he says to come on and host a panel talking about your way of life and your work, and find people that that are living this life, and that they can share and talk about that. And so I was really honored to be able to do that. Usually I'm the one that's always presenting or being on some panel or something, or conducting a workshop. So for me, this is fun to finally have the opportunity to talk with other people who I have worked with, or people that I have respect for, that are living a good way of life, and people that inspire me. And so if you just give me one moment right here, I had a little document that I had a little technical difficulty. If you just give me one moment here, I have to pull this up here. Just bear with me for 1 second. One more moment here. All right, thank you for bearing with me. I had to switch some files over into the computer right here, so. All right, so I want to go ahead and just get started with my panel, and I want to introduce my two guests here that are joining us. Are my guests here. One is Margot Dodging Horse. She's right here. She's waving at us, and another is Jude Marshall. And both of these are people that I have known for a few years through my work, and I have great respect for them and the way of life that they're living, and the work that they're doing, and how they take care of their families. They both have families, they have children, and they're leaders in their community. So I have great respect. So I just want to go ahead and I'll start by introducing Margot here and reading her bio. Margot Dodging Horse is a member of the Siksika Nation and married into the Dodging Horse family to Kyle Dodging Horse of the Tsutena Nation. She comes from the Sitting Eagle and Wolf Leg families. Margot is a proud mother to 3 children, Ethan, Gracie, and Charlie. Margot's upbringing has provided her a foundation based on spirituality, wellness, and connectiveness. Throughout her career, Margot has found strength in her foundational teachings and has committed herself for over 15 years towards the advocacy for the health and well-being of First Nations in Alberta. She has spent most of her career representing multinations as a health advisor and advocating from a First Nations perspective. She has received many teachings from elders and knowledge keepers in the communities of Treaty 7 and has networked at the community, regional, and national level. I had the experience of working with Margot a couple of times. She brought my wife Chelsea and I to come and conduct some workshops with her community that she works in, the Tsuut'ina Nation in southern Alberta, Canada. And we just had such a great experience traveling throughout those communities and sharing our Well for Culture initiative, sharing the 7 circles of wellness. And we were just treated so well, and we were just really delighted, Chelsea and I, to connect more with Margot and her family, and to see the great work that they're doing and see the impact that she is having in her family and her community. And so that's my first panelist here, and I want to introduce my second, Mr. Jude Marshall. And I'm going to go ahead and read Jude's bio right here too, so you can learn a little bit more about Jude. Jude is the Community Nutrition Program Manager at the Potawatomi Health Village in Arcata, California. He oversees the thriving Potawatomi Community Food Garden that provides healthy nutrition to many Native families along the coast. And Jude, same thing, I had the opportunity of working with Jude a few times. He brought my wife Chelsea and I out to the coast there. They are in the beautiful area of the Redwood area in Arcata. And it was also a great community for us to connect to. It was just so inspiring to see the work that they're doing at the Potawatomi food community, but also just how Jude carries himself and how he takes care of his family and how he live by the ways of his ancestors. And so we really connected with him, just like we did with Margot's family, and we considered them friends. We can consider them extended relatives of our little family's network. So that is why I decided to have Margot and Jude on here in this panel and discussion about the way of life they are living. And I want this to just be something we can just conversate and share about. So I want to go ahead and open it up to Margot, and I want to just allow her to kind of share a little bit more about herself, just from her own words. So Margot, tell us a little bit about growing up in Siksika and who you are today.
Awesome. Thanks, Tosh. Oki idamix ginotini nistawanok ichtabatuaoka. Good morning, everyone. I'm Blackfoot from Siksika, as Thosh mentioned. So Siksika is a Blackfoot community. Both my parents are Blackfoot. I'm married into Tsuut'ina, which is a Dene community, and a lot of the Dene culture that they follow here in Tsuut'ina is really similar to those down in the Phoenix area. So it's pretty neat how your spirits sort of align with other people who follow those same ways. So I was born and raised in Calgary, Alberta. Calgary is one of the bigger cities in Alberta. Born and raised Blackfoot through and through. Both my parents are from Siksika. My dad, however, has Cree lineage as well. So we did follow the Cree way as well. So my Ninapim, which is my husband, is Kyle Dodging Horse, or Natu Sapu, which is his ceremony name or his Indian name, if that's what you refer to it as. My Nagusiks, which is my children, are Agokidopi, Bukskunadaki, and Natiyipuka. And so my kids all have their ceremony names, and that's how I was brought up too, is I was given a name right from birth. So their names are Ethan, Charlie, and Gracie, and we're raising them with the Blackfoot way of life, but incorporating the Dene and Tsuut'ina. And the reason we're raising them the Blackfoot way is because I was raised heavily through our Indigenous ways, and that's what we know and that's what we follow in our house. But I'm always open to taking on my husband's beliefs as well. And I think that shows that as Indigenous people, it's a little bit different from the colonial approach of really being a paternalistic society. So in our home, it's really maternalistic, and we follow that Blackfoot way of being. So it was interesting growing up in a huge city and being the only Native in my class, so in elementary, and not really I knew I was different from my classmates, but I actually didn't know I was different from my actual Blackfoot people in Siksika. So eventually I did move home, and I started to realize that there were those differences and those disconnects that we face. So I was raised spiritually from birth. I thought that's just how all Indigenous people were raised. But once I went to school on reserve, I started to see that there was that disconnect in some families. So I found it like a reverse culture shock, if that makes sense, when I moved back to the community. So that was, I think we'll get more into that as Thosh moderates the conversation, and we can talk more about that. But I was, my father, so he was actually raised Catholic very heavily, and super involved in bringing us up Catholic. But they always gave us the choice to be either religious, spiritual, or whatever we felt was right for us. And it's interesting because my brother chose that religious aspect. So, and he's a very strong Catholic, and I chose that spiritual aspect. So really seeing two worldviews in my home growing up was really neat. I grew up in a drug and alcohol free home. I grew up in a pretty standard mother, father, brother, sister, cat, dog kind of lifestyle. And it was nice. My parents are both fluent Blackfoot speakers. Their first language was Blackfoot. We grew up understanding, but because we were in the colonial school system, we spoke English before Blackfoot. So we understand, we speak some, and we're learning as we go. Yeah, I think that's a little bit about me. My son, Agokitopi, he got his name. His is actually an inherited name, and it's a ceremonial name. My daughters were named by my mom, who has rights given to her by her father. And then my name is Ichtabatawaoka, which means walks behind, given to me by my grandfather, who was a medicine person in our community. So we'll get into more as we go into the discussion.
Yeah, thanks for sharing a little bit more. And I think a lot of people that are here attending this are tuning in from the Southwest. So I thought it would be really good that we're able to connect with other First Nations, other Indigenous people of other parts. And like you said, you guys are on the I just think it's awesome that we were able to connect. So I want to go ahead and now open it up to Jude, my buddy Jude right here, coming to us from Arcata and beautiful territory up in the Redwoods. Jude, just tell us a little bit more about yourself in your own words. Tell us a little bit about your upbringing.
Yeah, before I start, just want to thank you, Thosh, for inviting me. I share a lot about my work. This is kind of a new kind of presentation for me, sharing more about my personal work and life. So thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. Yeah, I am Hupa, Yurok, and Karuk, and also Tono Atum from my mom's side. So yeah, my great-great-grandma was, she kind of got sold and went down to boarding school down in Arizona, and she met a guy Norris family. So if anyone's out there, Norris family might be related to y'all. So I'm a family man. My wife, Wendy, we've been married for 6 years. We have 3 kids. My daughter, Hazel, Yamich, and Kavish. Yeah, just loving the family life, incorporating what I do at my work to my life, family, whatever it is, ceremony, things going on in the community. So
yeah. We had the chance when we went to visit you guys. We had the chance there to visit one of your home community in Hoopa, right outside of that. And I always, every time I travel to another part in Native country, I always find something to relate to with those people in that region. And with both of you too, Margot, and going into both of your communities are really close to urban centers, or in case of Jude, where you're from, you guys are really close to that town of Arcata, that area, Humboldt State University. And so it's like a regular thing for you all to be raised right near the city. And I know when you're going to Hoopa is a little
Margot's story reminded me a little bit because I grew up on Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation, which is the biggest land-based reservation in California. But my mom decided to go to Humboldt State right when I was about to start kindergarten. So my whole life, everything we moved out town, and that was a big cultural shock. Kind of like had our house and our yard, then we moved into like a trailer park. And then then my parents split up. My dad moved back to Hoopa, but I was out on the coast, kind of urban area up until about 4th grade. My mom graduated, took a teaching job in Orleans, which is where she's from, in the Kaduk country. So I moved over there till high school. Then I was, living in Hoopa until college. When I came out here at Humboldt State, first I started at College of the Redwoods, junior college, played basketball for 2 years. And then I've been out here pretty much on the coast. My wife and I, she works for the Yurok tribe, and I work for United Indian Health Services, which is intertribal. It serves the 9 tribes out here, the Tolowa, Kaduk, Yurok tribe, Wiyot tribe, Bear River. So yeah, we've been out here, but we still stay connected. It's only an hour inland from here to Hoopa, but also, I am Hoopa, Yurok, and Kaduk. They're all neighboring tribes along the Klamath and Trinity River. So our ceremonies are pretty similar, but each tribe has its own language, its own dialect. And so yeah, we actually participate in all 3 ceremonies for our tribe, for our people. And yeah, so our kids are pretty connected in each one. My Kaduk family is like my spiritual family. My dad's a Hoopa tribal member. My mom's Kaduk. I actually ended up on the Yurok role, which is kind of interesting how it all worked out. And so yeah, I'm on the Yurok role, and so I have connections to all three tribes.
Yeah, awesome. And that's what I noticed when we visited that region. There was just how the different nations that are there, and they share the same ceremonies and share, some of the same indigenous games, and of course the foods, which we'll get into in a little bit. But what I noticed by visiting both of the regions that you're at is, like I said, so close to the city. And so you had like a little bit of an experience of growing up on the reservation near to your teachings, but also having the influence of the city. And one of the things that I always talk about in my healing and wellness journey is I think about, my experience, my upbringing, and the community shaping who I am today and shaping me as a person who's passionate about health and wellness, about living a good way of life. And I want to just get both of yours hear a little bit more about your experience, because like I always say, I always bring it back to my experience. And growing up in my community and on Alcamer and the Salt River, I was exposed to many beautiful things, many empowering things that we learned from our Himadak, like our songs, our ceremonies, and being a part of these things that had really kind of, they helped give me a role as a young man in the community. They helped give me teachings, and then being exposed to our learning more about our foods a little bit later on, and how the foods connect us to the land. But through all of that, it's tough for us to navigate, because we know our people are in a healing phase from historic trauma. We're healing from the negative and persisting impacts of colonialism through our loss of land, the loss of languages, or loss of certain ceremonial practices, of certain foodways. But as we know, many of it has continued to survive through oral tradition and practice, and that with our generations, we're helping to bring those back. But what has been your experience? Like I said, myself, growing up, I've been exposed to some of the traumatic things in our community. We've lost some relatives in my family due to addiction. We had a sister who was missing, and she was finally found. So we've been affected by the missing, murdered women and Indigenous women and girls, the phenomenon that has happened. But I found myself going down a path, but it was my cultural values that put me back on that path. I'd like to just hear a little bit about from both of you. How has that been your experience in your healing and wellness journey? And I'll go ahead and start with Margot. share a little bit on that.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I grew up in Calgary, but my house, like my physical house, was in Calgary, but my upbringing was in Siksika, and Siksika is one of the second largest First Nation in Canada, so it's a pretty big Blackfoot community, and it's the second largest in Alberta for sure. The Kainai Nation being the largest, but I grew up in Siksika, which is about an hour east of Calgary, so most of our downtime, so when we weren't going to school or my parents weren't working, we spent our time in Siksika, but we spent our time with our family. And so when we were with our family, my mom's side is very traditional, spiritual, and that was really, again, like my family's being raised really maternal. I was raised really maternal. So I was raised with my mom's family, her father being a medicine person, a spiritual leader in our community, and being brought up with ceremony. So knowing that we had ceremony as part of our everyday life, even when you wake up, you practice ceremony to the time you go to bed. And those were just norms in my life. And what I found is when I moved to the reserve and actually was sort of put outside my comfort zone of my family, my spiritual family, that's when I started to meet other Indigenous kids with different stories and sort of witness the hardships that our people faced. My parents did not go to residential school, so we call it residential school here in Canada, but that would be the same as the boarding schools. But my parents didn't go to residential school, but their parents and their older siblings went. So we didn't hear a lot about those traumas until we got older, until we started to see the realities of the nation, until we started to see the realities of some of our family members, even those who were practicing ceremony. But I found the biggest change for me was actually moving to the reserve. So like Jude mentioned, when you move from your land and your beautiful yard and your beautiful environment on the nation and then into the city, it was sort of the opposite for us. So we had the 2-story house with the beautiful backyard, and then we moved into the reserve, undeveloped. It was dusty. You go from that your whole life and you're like, what is this? But there were parts of our nation that we explored as kids. Those were the parts that we loved. Those were the parts we connected with the most, and those were the parts where we practiced ceremony and grew up doing all of that. So I found that that experience shaped me as a person. So once I started to see, okay, we're not all raised the same. Mind you, I was raised this way from the day I was born. So you kind of come into this aha moment as a kid where you're like, okay, these kids probably had a different experience than I did, but trying to understand that. And I think that might have been maybe a spiritual gift that was given to me as a kid, but I always had compassion and I always wanted to understand people's stories more. So I kind of go home and ask my mom, like, what does this mean? What does that mean? And where I really started to learn the different traumas that our people face was when I went to school in Calgary, then I went to school on reserve for 3 years. And then once I got out of elementary, my parents put me into a small town school. So if your areas are anything like ours, the small towns are the worst. They're just super racist, super small-minded. So I went to school in a small town, and it was my first day of school. I was feeling really good. Mind you, I had this long hair. I had braids. I was just like super Indian. I'm brown, you know who I was, but I was raised proud. I was never raised to feel any other way than to be proud of my brown skin and my hair and everything that made me who I was. And so I go to school in this small town, and a little boy hands me some candy, and I thought, oh, how friendly. And it was these little tiny candies back in the day, and I took it, and I was so shy. I didn't know anyone in that school. And then when I took the candy, he told me, oh, I knew it. I know it. I knew Indians like pills. I knew you would take them because Indian like pills. Had no idea what that meant. And I was hurt. I was thinking, like, what does that even mean? So I went home that day and I said, Mom, what does pills mean? And she was just, she just lost it. And I think within 2 weeks I was out of that school. But that's when you start to realize okay, there's a flip side to our culture, and that's that colonialism and what we faced. And those young experience that I had really shaped me to become an advocate, to find a career that I have today. So, you know, my bio is twice as long as what Thosh wrote, but that's all my Western education. That's all the stuff that, you know, that we could all get if we sign up and pay attention to, right? But those other teachings are those teachings that are gifted to us. And those are the things I like to talk about, is what I learned from elders, what I learned from my journey. And so that was probably the biggest takeaway growing up, is that, you know, there's different types of everybody, regardless if you're Indigenous or non. You know, there could have been another boy in the class that welcomed me in a different way that wouldn't have created such a fire in my spirit that made me want to make a change for my future generations. And now being a mother and knowing that they experience racism still, and being in a position where we can advocate, and being in a world now where it's so much easier to speak freely and to bring those up. So that's what really, I think, shaped me, was seeing different worldviews throughout my life, in the first 10 years of my life, because that was the first 10 years of my life. So I think that would be my takeaway from that.
Yeah. And those first years, those developmental stages are really sacred and important to, you know, yeah, like you say, shaping our worldview. And so, you know, these are things that I'm always interested in how did people get on this healing and wellness journey? Because, you know, one of the reasons why that we are working in different capacities of food sovereignty, of revitalizing access to Indigenous foods, we had to do that because we're in a healing phase, right? Because we know these things have been taken away from us. Many of these things are systemic. And so it's for me, I think that if we want more people to engaging into our original foodways, we have to find ways that can teach people, you know, how this is going to contribute to your healing. How is this going to make you feel more belong to your people, to your Mother Earth, and all that, and to heal from any trauma that may have endured. So I want to ask Jude the same question. Just share a little bit about your experience on your community. What were some of the things that, you know, you may have experienced in comparison to, you know, the teachings that you were also exposed to growing up?
Yeah, you know, Margot's story is, some of the stories she's sharing is reminds me of some of the things, you know, my childhood, going to church a lot. On weekends, we'd actually go to Hoopa. Every Sunday, we'd be going over the hill to go to church. Until I got older, my family, you know, let me decide what I wanted to do. Because at the same time, my mom also brought me to the ceremonies. We have, during the summer, we call brush dances. They're kind of like, they're healing ceremonies for our children. Give them a good life, or if they have an illness. So, you know, almost every weekend during the summer, there's a brush dance. It's kind of also that social, kind of more like a social dance too, where people come together and see each other. It's intertribal, so it's one of our dances where it's all three tribes come together and dance all night. So for that child till the morning sunrise. So yeah, growing up on the coast, we did deal with a lot of racism, mainly mainstream racism. The kids, what they saw on TV. You know, my brother, he went to school out on the coast too. He had long hair, so the kids would pull his ponytail and, you know, all that, and just make comments about that. So yeah, I definitely dealt with that. Teachers would, you know, ask you if anything Native, you know, they assumed the little kids that we would know that, so they would, you know, at the time though, as a kid, you're just like happy you're also being acknowledged. So yeah, living out on the coast definitely dealt with that racism. But I was always, you know, even though my parents did split, I was always in a safe environment, always had food on the table. I didn't have to deal, my parents, you know, lived pretty healthy. My dad was a logger. So he moved back home and worked for the tribal logging industry there. So in summers, I would go to Hoopa and spend my summers on the reservation, and on a weekend, every other weekend, I was going to Hoopa and staying connected to my family that way. And my grandma, my mom's mom, lived right down the road from my dad. So I would go down there, and she always had a garden. So she always pulled me in and had me help her out in the garden. And her husband, he would get traditional food. So she would always incorporate that in our recipes, in her recipes. But yeah, I mean, growing up on the res, there's, high rates of suicide. And, growing up in high school, friends of mine, people I knew, my classmates. Also, car accidents are always really, takes out a lot of young people by either just simple things, not wearing a seatbelt, or drinking and driving. So that's how I've lost a lot of people in my age and my circle growing up. But by having like a strong, family support, I kind of was like, and I didn't go out in high school and really I didn't party. So I didn't have a lot of friends either. So I kind of was just on my own. I used sports as my way to keep myself out of trouble. I was, like I said earlier, I played basketball. I played, junior college basketball in high school. Like Hoopa is really known for really good at basketball. We went to the state championship my freshman year in Division 5 in California. That's like really big deal, especially being in a public school. It's all dominated by private and Christian schools that recruit from the urban areas. As a public school on the reservation, we made it to the state championship and lost. But so that was like my avenue. I just playing basketball. So kids also knew that. Like my classmates, no one really they knew Jude's all about basketball, so they didn't even invite me to the parties anyways. So so I kind of that was my way though. It just really helped me stay focused on something, and it motivated me to keep my grades up to a certain point, just so I could keep playing the sport, and I got to play at the college level.
Yeah, thanks for sharing more of that. And I know sometimes it's not something that we all want to talk about, but I think that I always just think that these are important things to bring up, because they talk about how healing and wellness is really critical to all of our food sovereignty efforts. And so I wanted to ask, starting with you, Margot, just tell us a little bit more about what was the foods of people of Siksika, of the Blackfeet people there. Tell us a little bit about, the foods and I think this is great, because this is, primarily we have people here that farm, but I think that what's also important about our foods, understanding our food sovereignty, is understanding the hunting component too, or also the foraging component in different regions. And so I want to ask Margot to kind of share a little bit about, what was the food culture there like, and how do you connect to these foods today?
Oh, definitely. So some of the things, because growing up in two worlds, we really experienced the food through ceremony, and that's where we were able to experience the different foods. So we really connect to it in a spiritual way, and I know that that comes through with Chelsea and Thosh's teachings about food as a spiritual practice, and that's where we look at food. So if we were to go to a traditional diet, obviously we didn't have the bannock, we didn't have, the fried chicken or anything like that. We didn't have that kind of food. We were more meat and berries. So meat, berries, root vegetables, those are the foods in our area. And, prior to just the mass production of food, it was more around bison and elk and moose meat. So we do have that. We have local hunters, especially living here in Sutuna. Even though we border one of the largest cities, there's hunters in the community, and there's also so my father-in-law also has livestock where it's all grown organic, and we're able to slaughter the meat and pack it for us without all of the antibiotics and everything. And so having that connection to food has always been important, but for us it's really been ceremony based. And also, if I were to go to any of your homes and you offered me food, and even if I didn't eat that certain food, I would eat it, because that was a traditional spiritual lesson that we were taught growing up, is you don't refuse food. And when you're given that, it's like an offering. So you eat it. If you don't finish it, pack it with you, finish it at home. So we also grew up with like berry soup. That's one of the things. Rice pudding. Those are kind of more of the treats. We have stuff like, it's called Indian popcorn, which is just like the fat from the meat fried further, and it's called Indian popcorn. And so that was one of the things that we ate, or pemmican, which is the berries and the meat, or in the dry meat mixed together. And so, you know, being brought up that way and having connections with people who can make that food, we try to bring that into our work environment as well. Lots of soups, turnips, potatoes are pretty new in the culture, but they are brought into ceremony. A lot of boiled meats. And you know, it's a different world now because everything's so plant-based, and vegetarianism is becoming larger and trendy. And but I know we were just brought up with eating meat and eating that for our survival. And red meat was our, you know, what we really relied on. And so doing it consciously is always something that we try to maintain in our home. We try to, you know, if the timing is right, especially pre and hopefully post COVID, we like to go to like the farmers market and try buy most of our food from the farmers market because it's a more sustainable production. Berries, we're starting to see with climate change that our berries aren't as ripe as they used to be. What we did is actually we planted berry trees in our yard. So we're hoping as our kids grow, that'll be something that they'll see, is that bringing it home and finding ways to bring it closer to us. There's different berries too all across Canada, and I would assume in the States as well. But ours are mitsunitsi. So I think they're called choke cherries. They're the sour little red berry. That's the one that we like to eat, and the Saskatoons. Bullberries also, we eat those. And then we don't have the same kind of cactus that Thosh has, but we have these little ground cactus, and inside there's like a little grape, and that's like a treat. So growing up, these traditional foods weren't like, ew, gross, traditional foods, we don't want to eat them. They were a treat because, you know, we lived in the busy hustle and bustle of Calgary. And then you know, when we went to ceremony, everything was a treat. So those were the things: turnips, root vegetables, the meats, and the berries were definitely our traditional diet.
Yeah, when we went to your house that time, you guys had like moose, you had salmon, and you know, I think you had some other type of venison right there, but I was like just in a carnivore heaven because I like it all. You know, I'm a big advocate of hunt, forage, grow, and shop smart. The grocery store, support local indigenous food producers. You know, I don't like yourself. I don't you know. How do you say, you know, discern between, you know, plant food or animal food? To me, it's all food, and it's all beings that have given their life there, and that's the way our people were. So just share really quickly too, Margot. I mean, if you don't mind, you know, what is something that your people do when you guys harvest the berries? Like, in what way is it done? Because I know it's in a ceremonial way, and that's a lot of what we all advocate for, is having that spiritual connection to those foods there.
Oh, definitely. And I think even when we're going to hunt, or we're going to pick our berries or anything, we like to leave an offering, because, you know, we're taking from nature. We're not, you know, yeah, I'm planting some Saskatoon trees in my home, but growing up, they weren't planted, they were there naturally. So we always like to leave an offering. We like to make sure we give thanks. We make sure none of it has gone to waste. If we have to freeze some of it, because, you know, why take something? Only take what you need is what we're brought up with. And a lot of the food, when prepared in ceremony, is prepared a certain way. But definitely leaving an offering, giving thanks, making sure if we have an abundance of it, let's give it out to our family. Let's make sure that none of that goes to waste. So that would be some of the ceremonial aspect of it.
Yeah, and those things really change us too. I find that when we learn about that spiritual reverence for the food that we are foraging, or we're planting that seed, I think that really changes people's mind. It changes their worldview, and it makes them see food as something more than just nutrient value, or, you know, that's it's a life-giving element there that we connect to. And I think that's really powerful. A lot of people that are just getting on their healing journey, is that they can find, you know, healing in those ways. And so I love
Even Thosh, even like parts of the animal are eaten differently or prepared differently in our ceremony. So, you know, in some of our ceremonies we'll eat tongue. In some of our ceremonies there'll be heart. In some of the ceremonies there'll be blood. Right? There's all of those parts of the the offered animal that had, you know, sacrificed for us that we pray with. And so I know growing up, like when you're a little kid and you're given like some tongue to pray with, you're just like, is this really tongue? And you can see the buds and everything. But that's just part of growing up, right? That's experience, and that's sacred. And that little offering that tongue gave us provided so much prayers to those who were part of that ceremony. Like that would be an example.
Yeah, absolutely. And things such as liver were the true superfoods. If you really look at the amount of nutrients that were packed in it, is, you know, not too many plants can contribute that much, the variety of nutrients at that level, at that volume, I should say. But so Jude, I wanted to ask you about that too. You guys being on the coast, I've been to your guys' communities, you know, a couple of times. And one time I had acorn mush, which was amazing. And I've had salmon, I've had jarred eel there, and of course you guys have elk, and you guys have I think is it a type one of the species of black-tailed deer. But just kind of share with us a little bit about, you know, how, the food that your ancestors had connected with. How do you connect with those today? How is that a part of your journey?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you named off a few of them. You know, seaweed. We have like a lot of similar foods Margot was sharing. Surffish, rockfish. Yeah, just the ocean foods, and there's the river foods as well. That, you know, I grew up inland, an hour from the ocean, so I would, you know, eat more. You know, one thing that my dad was a hunter, so we'd get deer meat here and there. So our diet was kind of like mixture of you know, traditional foods, was very, you know, spread out, not like an everyday thing. It was like a treat. You know, we had deer meat, or if my grandpa Snooks, he would go get surffish inland. He was from Redwood Creek. It's a neighboring tribe of Hoopa, but they're the mouth of Redwood Creek is right on the goes into the ocean there. So he actually had a fishing place out there, and he would bring surffish back, and we'd have that. And I didn't have surffish till just recently. It's been like, I don't know, it was like 15 plus years since I had surffish. Just recently we had some. So like, yeah, the ocean things aren't running like they used to. But this year, I know Taloas, they were able to get some of their smelt recently that they didn't have a smelt run for like 6 years. So I don't know if it has anything to do with COVID, if people aren't fishing as much or what, or just that, you know, they just returned. But yeah, so my diet was a mixture of, we had the commod foods, we'd had my food that my grandma's garden, and just the regular food you get at the grocery store. So some nights it would be just hot dogs and beans, and some nights we were having deer meat and you know, vegetables and mashed potatoes and all that. So yeah, it was just a mixture. And like, yeah, so today, like, what am I doing today to stay connected to our food? I know you kind of talked about it recently with some of your posts about the difficulties of getting out and going hunting now with family and everything. So that is like, yeah, that is definitely a barrier for me. Like I'm working, you know, Monday through Friday, and my job requires a lot of weekend work. So it is hard to get out and go hunting or fishing. It's not like it can't be done, but it's definitely like we're missing that village system where if I leave, I know my wife has support with the kids and all that. We're missing that right now. So that definitely makes it hard, but I am working, so I am providing for the family in a different way. You know, going to the grocery store, I'm cooking, so I help with I do a lot of the cooking for us and the family. So I can, you know, get traditional foods. So recently I got a smokehouse put in my backyard. So we had to build, like, I live in this kind of, you know, got out town, and it's a neighborhood, you know, suburban neighborhood, but created this area now, so we have a smokehouse. So that's definitely increased my opportunity to get traditional foods. So like, I would never want to get too much salmon because I only had a little freezer. I can't, you know, live in apartments growing up, out and finally have our own house, and we have a yard. That's has increased my opportunity to get more traditional food. So now I can take 5 salmon, and I know I can put in the smokehouse, and we started canning as a family. So we get the salmon, it's a whole family process where Now my daughter's was helping me string up the fish. My friend, I sometimes invite my friend over. We strip it up and cut up the fish and get in the smokehouse. My wife helps out too, and then she does more on the canning side. I do more like, getting the fish ready, dealing with the fire in the smokehouse and checking out the knife and all that fun stuff. So that's definitely has increased our opportunity to get more traditional food. So setting your environment up, investing in a good pressure canner or water bath canner, so you can take advantage of, when we get these traditional foods, how can we save those so then we can use them throughout the season in our diet, or going back to a traditional way of drying our foods as well.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about that. My wife is taking a master food preservers course through the UC Extension through her work. So, and that some of my staff have taken that as well. So I'm really excited with her learning that. She's learning all the science behind it. And we plan on canning more of our food so we can have, incorporate traditional foods and foods from the garden in our diet even more.
Right. Yeah, I feel you about how sort of our social structures now, we are challenged in a way when it comes to food production in some ways, depending on our family and how things are. And I've definitely felt that over the past hunting season in Arizona we did have a drought. So it was a tough year and I was only able to make 2 harvests, but it's so hard to just be able to go away. Like back in the day, the women had their support with the grandmas and the aunties, everyone, the sisters were all helping to raise each other's children. If, and men were able to go to be, hunt for a couple of days or something to bring back meat to be dried. And so now it's so different. We have to be so, we're constantly have to make adjustments. And so it's like our culture certainly mismatched to the dominant society's culture right now. And it's certainly takes some navigating. And with our field right now, our family is currently, we're making some new fields for planting our corn here pretty soon, and to be planting our squash in a little bit. And that's something that we definitely, my daughter's 3 now, as you guys know, so she's finally able to really, and last year she planted to, so she's finally able to walk around and be barefoot in the field and to plant the seeds. And so that's something that, I've really cherished in her development, is because now I can take her out there. Like yesterday, I took her out and I'm over there, we're building some of our trenches so that our water will run down when we irrigate, and she can be out there and play. She can hang around, and she's growing up with that being the norm. That's going to be her norm. And so that's something that we're really, really proud of. So, but I definitely, relate to that for sure.
Yeah.
Talking
And
about
the other thing is the economic side of things. Growing up, I didn't have a lot. I was working part-time, going to school. And when I would go hunting, I'd go somewhere and there would be people camping there, all hunting season. They're there on their ATVs going back and forth. And it's sometimes it's a little discouraging when you only have this weekend to go hunt, and people with the money, with the time to take off of work, just that's all they do is going hunting. It's it's just little barriers, but definitely trying to work around that.
Absolutely. Yeah, those are certainly things for sure. Yeah, and so, touching upon that, Jude, would you tell us a little bit more too about now the work that you're doing with Potawatomi Food Village? Just tell everyone a little bit about the Potawatomi Food Village is connected to United Indian Health Services out there, UIHS. It's not a part of IHS, the government, so it's something a little separate, but they have a garden connected to it. So the clients, the patients that are they're receiving medical care have access to all of those fresh foods. They have access to that, and they have this farmers market pretty regularly. When we first visited there about 4 or 5 years ago, we were really impressed with that, and it was just so awesome to see the work you all are doing. So if you could share with everyone a little bit about how that got started, how does that work, and how have you seen that benefited the community?
Definitely. Yeah, just to backtrack. Yeah, when I was going to Humboldt State, I worked at United Indian Health Services through the traditional land management program. It was a part-time job. We have 20 acres out here on our property, and of those 20 acres, 3 acres is the Potawatomi Community Food Garden. So I was just working on the restoration side, because when we bought this land, United Indian Health Services in 95, it was just a cattle pasture. It was just, but before colonization, settlers came, there was native plants on. There was spruce, redwood, alder, wax myrtle, all of our native plants and our medicine herbs, were all on there because they saw that through the soil samples when UHS bought the land. So they wanted to restore it back to close to its natural state, because we believe, health of the environment equals health of the people. So if we're going to say that, like, how can we model that here at the clinic? So that restoration started mid 1990s. The garden came in 1999. So that was a vision of our Traditional Resource Advisory Committee, which was a group of UIHS leadership and a group of community, like there were elders in there, dance makers, herbalists, people with that in traditional indigenous knowledge in that group. And they worked with the engineer on planning what exactly this restoration is going to look like, what's going to be planted. And then part of that vision was, well, we want to have a garden as part of that program, part of the vision here. So it was also, we had to work with the city of Arcata, and they wanted to make sure there was a garden farming component as well, because the land was all Ag 1 exclusive land. And so it was like the rezoning to put a clinic here. So with the elders' vision of the Potawat Community Food Garden, it was meant to be an educational garden to provide for our 9 tribes out here, showing them about gardening, because gardening, like the farming, isn't like traditional to this area. We're hunter-gatherers, but I don't like to say we weren't farmers, because really learning more about how we use fire to manage the land is just a different way of farming. We would go out and gather all of our food out in the forest, and we managed it. We just this new concept of what farming is. So we had ways, it was like our farm. We went out there, and there were certain times a year when we knew to gather our bulbs, or we knew to gather our berries, or what medicines were. So, but we didn't have like the farming at what people think today. But our elders knew that, we need that to supplement our diet to combat obesity and diabetes, and chronic diseases. So with that, we do a lot of workshops at the garden, just all around general gardening, planting to pruning trees, to canning, all that. And then we also incorporate traditional foods presentations within our program. And that is everything too. Like, that's how I worked with you, was to gather our traditional foods and to garden. You also have to be physically well if you want to get those things at the best capability of yourself and your family. So I definitely wanted to take that on and like try to encourage my community here, and tying in being physically well with our foods and the mind, body, spirit connection with that. So yeah, with our program, we also do a Garden Starts giveaway every year. So we did our first one last Friday, and we go out to our other tribal communities and give out Garden Starts, because our garden is a 3-acre garden. It's certified farmers market. We're a certified farmers market, but we can't provide food for everybody because of, we have 2 big counties, Humboldt and Del Norte County, probably the size of Rhode Island. So not everybody can get to our farmers market. So we give out starts. We do a lot of education around growing food, because that's really what we want to see our community. The more, people are growing their food and they're sharing with their neighbors and their community, that's going to be more sustainable than depending on coming to our market. We just want to give them that exposure to, this is what, homegrown, healthy food, fresh food tastes like. And we want to inspire them, to start growing their own food. And if they can't, go to your farmer's market, go to the grocery store and try to get those healthy foods on their plate. So it's a little bit about our work.
Yeah, and it was cool. Like I said, we went there and just kind of you guys had this little gathering there, and this beautiful garden, and they had this event, and there was a walking trail, and people they're able to walk through that trail. And you guys had information about revitalizing even the indigenous species there. You had messages about the health of the land reflects the health of the people. The health of the people also reflects the health of the land. And it's a great message right there that I think is very powerful for a lot of people. But what has sort of been, what has it been what was been experience in observing some of the patients, the clients there at UIHS, and maybe their accessibility to food? Have you seen or heard about any changes or stories about their health?
Yeah, definitely. Like also our staff. So our staff are like our main, because they're here Monday through Friday, who come to our farmers market, but also our community come out too. We do a taste test at every farmers market pre-COVID, but with COVID, we didn't get to do a taste test this year. But with that, I mean, I've heard so much feedback from our community that I wouldn't have tried eating that zucchini or that broccoli if it wasn't for that taste test, or if it wasn't for your farmer's market having access to that. So I know it's definitely increased, healthy fruits and vegetables on their plate, and giving them, those demos, the recipes on how to eat it, and also providing in person, that, give them the opportunity to taste the food. I think that's really big. I know for me personally, growing up, I only ate zucchini, in flour, fried in industrial seed oil. It was the only way I ate it growing up. That's just how we ate it, But after working here and then now with the internet, you can find so many more recipes. Now I never cook it that way anymore, but that was, the norm. So definitely just trying to change people's perspective on what are other ways you can do to prepare your food. You don't always have to fry it in industrial seed oil. There's so many more healthy, and also they just taste better when you cook it certain ways. You don't have to always fry everything. So I think just changing people's perspectives on how to cook their food is really big, because people can find our produce at the grocery store. It won't taste as good, but they can get that. But it's once they get that food, what is the best way they can do to prepare it to get it so their kids are going to want to eat it. They're going to want to eat it long term.
Right. And that's kind of what I see around native countries. People say, I'm interested in growing my food. I'm interested in foraging indigenous foods, but I don't know how to prepare it. And that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
And so in a lot of our work, we do advocate for recipes, but we also advocate that people experiment and they learn variety of meals you can make with this amount of food. We have our carbs here, our fibers here, we got proteins here. How do we mix and match and teach people that, you don't need to rely on a recipe every time, but how can you just mix and match and put these foods together? And, so that way, many of us are so busy, right? Cooking for families, we need to know what's an efficient way to just throw food together and cook it. So that's great work. So Margot, turning it over to you, when we visited your guys' program right there, you hosted us one time at one of the culture center there in Sutena, and we were able to have some of those berries. We were able to have the Indian popcorn and some other good, nutrient dense meats. And you guys had a variety of mix, how has your program begun to really incorporate, foods in general, just healthy indigenous foods, nutrient dense foods, just, whole foods within your program? And also, tell us a little bit more about the program itself.
Okay, so I'm a health director for a tribal council. So we represent 4 nations. 3 are primarily Stoney Nakoda, and 1 is Sutena, which is the Dene community. And so what we try to do when we have more local gatherings, we're not service delivery, we're collaboration and capacity building. So we're really those advocates and those we try to bring like new concepts to the community, and that's when we had Chelsea and Thosh out, and we brought them to all 4 of our communities, and they're pretty widespread. So we have 1 community closer to the Rocky Mountains, and then 2 communities in the foothills, and then we move out further north, and we have 1 like Bighorn. It's more in like the Treaty 6 area, so like the central Alberta area, and it's all different, and it's but what we found was bringing, we wanted to make sure that we had traditional foods because it was a health event. And that's sort of where people sort of look at our department as we're the health team, but we also try to live a healthy lifestyle too. We try to practice what we're preaching, because I think that it's received in a more human way, and it's received in a more welcoming way when you're sort of speaking from experience as well. So we try to bring in those traditional foods, and one of the things that like I said earlier, is it's a treat sometimes. So what we did is we actually contracted a lady out here in Satina who's actually from my home community of Siksika, and she provided us like bags of dry meat. Like she just provided us so much dry meat, and it was so exciting because we welcomed people's kids in, we welcomed little ones, and you'd have like elders coming up to us and the little ones like, do you have any more dry meat? And so those treats and bringing it out to the community is so big. So when we do have events, we try to make sure it's healthy, it's balanced, but we also try to steer away from caterers who are outside of the community and try to bring people in from the community who can provide obviously safely cooked food to our representatives or our participants. We do run into some of the difficulties when we're doing health and wellness workshops in hotels, because there's always that boundary of not being able to bring in our food, but we'll try to support in other ways. So if there's, for example, every Christmas we try to provide the elders with a traditional food basket, and so we'll contract a lady in one of the communities to create these traditional food baskets, where we have the dry meat, the pemmican, we have like the different jams that are canned. We put bannock in there because elders like that stuff, so we try to support where we can, and that's where our program has really been strengthened. And I think part of it is because we're a pretty young organization. I'm the oldest, I'm 36, and then I have my staff who are, one is a few months younger than me and the others are about a decade younger than me, but they're willing to try something new. So we sort of shake up that uncomfortable feeling at the community level. But we also have to have those other times where we provide more of a treat to people. And I think that some people in our community, especially in our Stony community, they're so connected to their culture. So even having that gathering where you can eat the Western foods is a treat to them, because they're eating wild meat all the time, right? So they want to come in and have something different. So that's our program. We are health and wellness advocacy based, so very governance heavy, but I try to make sure that we keep that human side in the program as well. So my role as the director is really to have those one-on-one conversations with the government, so provincial and federal governments. But I encourage my staff to be creative and find ways that we can connect back to the community. At the end of the day, that's who we're representing, right? At the end of the day, if what I'm doing, advocating at that level, is not going to have a good impact on the general population, then I'm doing it for nothing. So really that's what we try to do, is make that connection to food. But we always, regardless of what we're serving, we always make sure we have elder on site to pray and bless that food. And if we have food left over, even if we have to sign a waiver from the hotel saying that we take on the responsibility if somebody gets food poisoning, we always try to make sure that we can give out that food at the end, because going back to those traditional ways, like wasting food is pretty much throwing away all the offerings that we were given. So we try to incorporate those, and I think we're pretty lucky that we have been received respectively, and also advocating with our government allies, our partners, or whatever we want to call them. And I guess really that depends on the day that we're dealing with them, but having them respect us and knowing that we're coming from a factual place, that we're coming from our right as Indigenous people to practice these things in our events and in our programming.
Yeah, that's certainly what I got from that. I was really impressed by just as a entity, entity of the tribal government, just how much of a community feeling it was at all of your guys' functions there. When the people, you can tell your department is really connected to the people on that real community cultural level. And we were just just felt so good and at home at your guys' events there, and the gatherings and the education you're providing, the services you're providing for the people at that time there. So we've been sitting for an hour, a little over, just about an hour, and I want to give us a little movement break. I want to give us all a little movement break, and then finish up with the rest of our panel not too far after that. But so if you want to join me in this little movement breathing exercise, I want to invite you to do that. But if you need to get up and do something else, if you need to use the restroom, feel free to do that as well. So if you want to join me, we're just going to do a couple breathing, just some light movement. I know some of you, are pretty active already, working in the field and all that. But if you sit a lot, these are some good things to be able to do. So even feel free to turn your screen on as well if you like, right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit up nice and upright in our chair, and we're going to start with our breath, because our breath, as you know, is our sacred, the air, the air we breathe. All around us is special, and without it, we wouldn't have any life. So we're going to breathe in our nose, and then we're going to hold in. We're going to have a long exhale. I just want to take a few of those breaths, and I want us to try to clear our mind too, and think about just focus on the breath. And we've been processing information, and so we can kind of clear those minds right there, and just kind of focus on your breath. So join me in this one if you like. Take a deep breath in your nose. Fill up your diaphragm. Exhale out your mouth. When you push out that air, push out all that oxygen, so there's almost nothing left. And do a few more on your own, breathing in your nose. Fill up your diaphragm. Exhale when you're ready. Put your mouth. Have a deep breath in your nose. Exhale out your mouth. Good, 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 good. Here's one for our eyes. So if you're wearing glasses, you might take them off. But before you do that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start right here. Just watch me. Is I'm putting my thumbs right here in the inside of my eyes, and I'm rubbing outward. And I'm gonna rub outward, and I'm gonna exhale, and I'm counting to say 7 or 8. So we're gonna help to kind of refresh your eyes, because we're looking at the screen a lot, right? And maybe it's not really normal for some of us. So this is what we're gonna do. So go ahead and start with your eyes, your thumbs right inside of your eye sockets, just underneath your brow. And you're gonna just gently press there, and you're gonna take a deep breath in. Then you're gonna exhale and rub outwards. Relax your brow. Relax your face. And just reset. These ones I love. This makes my eyes feel good. And breathing in. Exhale, going out. Relax your face, relax your eyes. Another one again, reset. Start in the center, right here in the beginning. Breathing in. Exhale. Rub outward. Good, 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 good. Now go ahead. Nice. This one I love. If I'm staring at the screen a lot, it really kind of helps my eyes feel rejuvenated. Doesn't work for everybody, but maybe it works for some of you. You might try it a few times, when you need a break. Now we're going to go ahead and just stand up if you don't mind. Go ahead and stand up, and you don't have to move your computer around if you don't want to, but you can see me if you like. And I'm just starting real easy. I'm just opening my arms. Notice I'm doing this. I'm just opening my arms. I'm opening up my chest, and I'm breathing. Then I'm going to alternate inward. And as I'm doing this, I'm just, giving thanks for my body. I have a body to move. That was one thing I heard a lot growing up. We were always told to run for those that can't run, even to dance for those that can't dance. And so when I'm moving my body, I'm always just trying to be a little bit more conscious about it, and just move into this movement right here. I'm just trying to be a little bit more conscious of my body and just give thanks as I move. And this helps to also wake us up a little bit, helps with our creativity. We get a little bit of heart rate up. When you do more strenuous movement, your body releases various neurotransmitters that help us to feel good. So I'm just kind of doing that. And I'm just going to go to walk in place and just picking up my arms. Good to see some of you joining us in your movement right there. Alexandria she's expecting right there, and she's up moving and everything. That's awesome. Baby's moving in there with you. Latrell as well. Looks like Latrell's got a squat rack behind him. So do I right there. So everyone better get a squat rack in their back. Hey. Another deep breath in your nose. Good, good. Shake out your hands a little bit. Maybe you're typing and writing. And our ancestors didn't have to really move consciously back in the day, right? Because they were the culture of that time. Our people were always on their feet. They were always moving, working on something, building things, you know, having something to do with food. Food production was at the center of our culture. And today it's been sort of moved outwards. And so, you know, it's today's different. We need to find ways to move our body, but not just move, but also think about recovery. Think about getting good sleep. Think about getting a massage once in a while, you know, and think about doing mobility to open up our hips, because we sit a lot, you know, in the sedentary culture, you know, so take care of your feet too. So, all right, thanks for joining me, those of you that did, and maybe some others were joining as well. And I just wanted to have the screens off, so thanks to those of you that did. And it's good sometimes to take a movement break. You know, if you've been sitting for 1 hour, we can get up and move around a little bit. Looks like Nicole Francis got herself some tea or coffee. Looks awesome. Good. So I want to go ahead and continue on with our panel here with my two guests, and thank you all that are still tuning in. And Jess is moving around too. Jessica Reed says that in the chat, says I'm moving around in the classroom. She's from my community. Jess is an awesome leader in our community, a Toka player, women's game she helps to lead. And so good. I'm glad y'all are moving with us to do that. So just a little bit longer in our panel here, and I wanted to talk about movement, because with our initiative, Well for Culture, we have what we call 7 circles of wellness. And that first one is our relationship to food and acknowledging foodways. Getting good sleep, recovery is really important. These are things that our ancestors have always done. Movement, and also having ceremonial life for stress reduction, for healing, and also looking at your home, your workspace, your sites on the land as sacred, and those sacred spaces that contribute to our healing and our wellness. And then maintaining our connection to the land in a number of different ways, and then maintaining our connection to our community, to our family, our Hajj, or our clan system. And those things that we have found are very critical circles that play a role in how well we are feeling, our spiritual, physical, mental, and emotional wellness. So, and so I want to talk a little bit about movement, and I want to talk about movement to both Margot and Jude, and how movement has played a role in your healing journey. And I'm going to go ahead and start with Jude, because a couple years ago, a few years ago, I believe it, I can't believe time just flies by. A few years ago, I went out to Northern California, and I got to get with Jude and some other men of his community, and I helped them to shoot a little documentary about one of their indigenous games called Sticks. And it's a games that the men had played. And Jude, just tell us a little bit about Sticks and how that has played a role in your healing and wellness as of recent.
Yeah, so Sticks, try to compare it to something like, I always say like lacrosse and wrestling mixed, you know, it's played on up to like a 300-yard field. So there's a lot of strength and endurance, and, you know, mentally, you have to be mentally tough, spiritually strong, besides, you know, training your body physically for that game. It was, you know, it's a game, intertribal game around here between all of the tribes, all played Sticks. Certain areas, some tribes it's a men's only game, and some tribes the women and men played Sticks, but the women would play against the women and the men still played against the men. So yeah, growing up, I played Sticks here and there with, you know, there was Sticks going on in Hoopa for a few summers. There, you know, kids would go out to the stick field, hostler field they call it, play Sticks. And for me, actually, I was thinking about that when Thosh came up and did sticks. You know, my dad, he he doesn't participate in the ceremonies too much and that, but I remember when I started playing sticks, he was really supportive of that. He actually would drive me to the stick practice, and he actually went out and carved me a stick and tassel. So that was really, looking back, and that was really cool to have, through colonization, we're all on our own path of getting back to our culture with the boarding schools and everything. So, thinking like, I'm always like, anytime my parents or family do get me involved with culture, participate in culture with me, it's just a treasure, because we're still on that healing path to getting connected to our culture. So that was just a really great memory, thinking of, my dad taking me to practice, making me a stick and tassel, and that, and then now, fast forward, as an adult, playing sticks, we put on some stick practices a few summers ago through the Warrior Institute, which is a nonprofit wellness initiative, and working with Two Feathers. We did stick practice at the coast on the beach. So it's either played, different places. I heard every village would have a stick field of some sort, some place where they played sticks. Out here on the coast, they would go down to the ocean and on the sand there. So we put on practice, and kids were coming, and we had, intertribal kids from, Tolowa kids, Yurok, some kids from Hoopa came out and did the practice, and it was a great way. There was a lot of mentorship happening during that time. The men were able to connect with the youth and share what they knew about sticks, playing with honor, playing, not how when you play, you represent your family and your tribe, your village. So you don't want to, there's no set rules as of right now in sticks, as far as, but there are rules, there are guidelines, but there's, it's all up for interpretation between each tribe. But, you don't want to do something dishonorable. So you're not trying to hurt anybody out there when you play the game. So you're playing with honor, playing to, score the point. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, to explain a little bit about how the game is actually played. They lock up and this and that. So yeah, there's 3-on-3. So you have in the middle, like your scratcher, where they have the tassel in their mouth, and you drop, and you're going towards one end of the field, and the other two are locked up, hands together. So grip strength is always encouraged in that game, because if you have a strong grip, you can hold your guy. And wrestling skills are always a lot of our local wrestlers here. And we have, MMA community here, that some of those guys that do MMA also jump out there in the stick field when we have tournaments at some of our community events, tribal gatherings. And also sticks was also, it was also used for celebration. They would play sticks after our ceremonies. So yeah, and also traditionally it was a way that brought balance to our world with the stick game.
Yeah, that was really good to see. Just like, all those young men getting together when you all had when you did the gatherings and the practices, and you can just see that those young men felt special. They felt loved. They felt that they were being fostered and brought into community by having an Indigenous game that they can connect to, that promoted health, that promoted good health, that promoted honor and teachings. So, I mean, these are things that I believe this is just really important. And I love to see that in Native country. I love to see how physical movement can the Indigenous perspective of our physical movement can be incorporated, within our healing and wellness journey today. And I want to go ahead and ask Margot. Margot, you're a certified yoga instructor. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about, how did you connect with yoga? What was it about yoga that allowed you to feel connected to it, to become certified and have that be a part of your practice? Because sometimes I see on your your social media, you post yoga flows, and like the children will be there, the children partake. Just share a little bit about that movement practice.
Oh, for sure. So what my job, because it's highly governance, I spend a lot of time on the road, and I spend a lot of time in hotels. And so a lot of time in meetings. And I found that earlier in my career, when I would have my free evening after a long meeting, I'd go wander the mall and spend money I didn't need to be spending, right? So what I did is a colleague of mine actually invited me to yoga. I had no idea what yoga was, right? I grew up running in fields. Like I always grew up with movement. We always had that. We've had horses our whole life growing up. So we grew up with movement and hiking and everything. But I was thinking yoga, like how is this going to help me? But I went, and it was funny because I went in with long yoga pants and a long sleeve shirt. And then we go to yoga and it's hot yoga. And I was like, oh my God, what is this? So my first class was horrible. My second class, I got it. My third class, it just started to connect with me. Because as I started to do more yoga, I felt that I started to connect with myself more. So my mind, my body, the movement, the connection of your mind and your breath, and your body and your breath, and that movement, and how to silence your mind. And that's exactly what I needed in the work that I did, or the work that I still do today. And having that practice as, I guess we would call it me time, it really helped me find a balance in other parts of my life. So I thought that that practice, because when you practice yoga, it's you on your mat, it's you alone focusing on how your body can move. And that's, I just thought it was so amazing. So I took a little break from the work that I was doing, and I said I was retiring from this health governance world. And before I took that break, I actually I decided that I wanted to do the training to learn more about yoga. And a lot of people think that yoga is just the movement, but there's 7 limbs of yoga, and it's a really spiritual practice when you start to break it down and look at the philosophies. So I was actually pregnant with my youngest from the time I started my training, and then the 6 months of my training. And I was pregnant, and I did my training with her, and I thought that that was just a more spiritual process and journey for me, to be pregnant and to be learning how my body's changing, because as your body's changing through pregnancy, that changes your practice. So it really got me out of my comfort zone. And then to also learn the spirituality of yoga. I'm a how I teach yoga is I don't mix my culture with the yoga culture, because it is a sacred practice, yoga on its own. And we have this whole movement of appropriating our own culture. So I would never want to appropriate the yoga culture. So I teach it how I was taught to teach it. But I also, when I'm practicing my own, I know that I'm bringing in prayer, which could be called meditation, breathing, which could also be called prayer in our ways. And then just learning how much that was able to help me through movement and through medicine that the movement brought me. I just thought that was amazing. So after I finished my 6-month yoga teacher training, I actually went on to take a children's yoga teacher training. And that was just so fun. It was a whole other line of learning yoga, because you're learning it from a children's point of view, and having children myself. So I think the biggest thing was, when I had my baby, I was a certified yoga teacher and a certified children's yoga teacher. But I also, just due to personal health complications, I had to have a cesarean. So I felt like I had to learn to teach yoga to myself all over again before I could teach it to other people. So I had this certification, but I myself physically wasn't able to teach. Once I was able to get through my healing journey and teach, I started to find different ways of teaching. I started to build different programmings that incorporated the other limbs of yoga, not just the movement portion or the physical aspect, but really that mind-body connection, and also respecting that it was a culture on its own. But I just find even now, like I go through the ebb and flow of yoga. So some days I won't do yoga for a month. Other days I'll want to do yoga every day. But I'll also feel like, if I'm like today, I do feel a little stiff. It's just been a lot of, at home work, sitting, you're in front of a computer, and then also homeschooling the kids and being present in the current environment that we have. But I know, okay, my body needs to move. And it doesn't mean I'm going to do like a really complicated practice. I'm just going to move. I'm just going to rotate my shoulders. I'm going to move my wrists. And that's yoga. And I think people think that it's this, you have to be able to stand on your head or do the splits. But I was actually fortunate enough to be able to teach kids, to be able to teach in a youth treatment center, to be able to teach elders, just to be able to teach teachers in schools who've never actually had an introduction to yoga. So being able to have, and I think it was a gift. I think it was brought to me to learn it, and then also further brought to me to teach it. And that was, me and my husband actually created Dodging Horse Development, where he is a lead for for sports development, and I'm the lead for holistic wellness. And that brought us to our positions we have today. So because we still have family to support, we do have our day job, and we do Dodging Horse Development when we can. So today I'm here on behalf of Dodging Horse Development, not on behalf of my G4 role.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing that you said in there that I always kind of I guess was on the fence about too, is that I like that you said you learned yoga and you did not indigenize it or change it out of respect for that culture itself. And I thought that that's a really interesting thing, because I do see lots of, I guess, Native people that will adopt yoga in a way and incorporate some of, indigenous teaching or other movements within that. And I, to each their own, for sure, right? Like, people can be however they want. I don't criticize, but I always was on the fence too, because for the reason you said, as we know, cultural appropriation is something that we are dealing with in our communities, where non-indigenous people are appropriating our knowledge and our practices. They're profiting from it, but they don't support us when it comes to our movement, our healing movement. It's something that we see that we are trying to address and to educate people. And so I think that it's really interesting too that you said that, like, you don't want to appropriate that culture too. I think that that's really commendable and respectable. And I've always I've been on the fence too, and I do practice yoga myself and just in in our privacy of our own home or our gym. And before we had kids, we would go to studios, because I just felt so great after. It was so different than, it provided something different than when I do functional training, or when I'm out on the land hiking, or when I'm doing our indigenous dances. It's to me it kind of provided something very similar, but it was just the release of all those, the stress I really felt. So that's why I really appreciate it. But and with our daughter too now, same thing. For our daughter, she sees us, and she moves with Chelsea all the time, and she sees the kettlebells back there. She's always in our little gym, and she's got a toy kettlebell herself. And I just think it's great that, and both of you, and Jude and Margot, you all have really you fostered that space for the children in your families, that they're just, those children are growing up seeing that a healthy, active lifestyle is the norm. And I believe that that's a big part of our work as people who are advocates of health, revitalizing health, reclaiming our cultural values as Native people, is that we're doing this for our children, right? We're okay that we may not see these changes in our lifetime, because I know that the work that we're doing here now it's playing a role for those generations down the line. And when we are in the spirit world, and we can contribute from that. So that's kind of the next question I wanted to ask, sort of just taking our conversation to a close, is visualizing the future. And that's really, I think, is something is important for myself, as I'm always visualizing the success, the execution of something. Like, for instance, right now, I mentioned that we're preparing our fields, our oidak, to plant our corn. And we start, and it's just, land that's been resting. We planted a cover crop. It's been resting for a couple of seasons. Now we're starting on it to build on it. And as we're digging, I'm watching it, and I'm visualizing those seeds come up. I'm visualizing the corn tassels and the sunlight, coming through them. And I like to visualize these things, and, visualize how I'm going to be. So I just wanted to ask in closing, with all of the work that each of you are doing, you probably visualize yourself as an elder, right? As an older person. I want you to tell me about what do you think, how do you visualize what you've done here for your children in your community, in your work? How does that look for you? Go ahead, Jude.
So yeah, thinking about that as an elder, there's a story, you met him, Julian Lang. He's a Karuk language speaker. He's a, just overall just a cultural leader in our community. So he shared this story about me as a Hupa elder that he heard. So this elder, he was into his 70s, and every year during the wintertime, one of the things they would do is they'd swim across the river on the high water. And so that was part of like him still considering himself not an elder. Once he couldn't swim across the river, that's when he's just, I'm an old man, I'm an elder, I can no longer do that. So he was doing that into his 70s. There was an anthropologist that came down, and he actually made it across the river, but then he was sad because he barely made it. And so the anthropologist like, why are you sad? Nobody half your age could do that, right? Like swimming across a river in the wintertime. So like thinking about that, how fit our elders were, that's just something like a goal, like having that daily practice of movement and working my body, keeping it strong. I mean, so I don't know if I could ever do it like that, but you shoot for something to be. I want to be able to still move. I still want to be able to go to my grandchildren's games, play catch with them, participate in our ceremonies as an elder, and give back as much as I can, whatever I learn growing up, and sharing those experiences to my community, to my grandchildren. By living that life, I think that's really important. Like you said earlier, if you're living that life, it's a lot. I mean, I feel like I could share it more if I'm living it. If I'm not living it, or partly living it, it's a little harder to share, and it's not received as well. I mean, it could still be received. So as of right now, like, I've been really on it as far as like, cooking every day. I've been, working out 3 days a week in the gym, but then doing movement and walking in between on off days. So now I'm doing that. I've actually got my daughter that I'm being consistent. I'm like, all right, Hazel, do you want to start coming to the gym with me? And she started coming now, like 5:30 in the morning, she's going to the gym. She's 11 years old. So I think, that to me provides, that's inspiration for me. Like, all right, she's starting to get it, she's getting that practice, normalizing wellness, normalizing fitness. So when they grow up in high school, in college, it's just normal they'll know how to do these movements. I didn't learn about like how to really train my body until like even after college. I mean, even the college workout, strength and conditioning wasn't what I know now, and even my diet. So like, I just plan on living a good life. As I pray for that. So if I'm going to pray for it, I got to put it into action to live a good long life, and hope that by living that way, it will make an impact to my community and to my family. And then just trying to share out, through word of mouth, through my social media, just however way I can share that message to my community. I do hear that, and people tell me, oh, I tried that recipe you shared on your social media, or so I know it's making an impact to my community. So that every time I hear one of those people in my community giving me that positive feedback, the more I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to keep sharing. There's enough of the junk out there that people consume on social media. I think we need more of our native community sharing whatever wellness or health practice that they're doing, because I think you can't share it enough. We need our young people, our parents, our adult, elders. They all need to see that, and so we could live it.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. And Margot, same to you. Just visualizing the future. How do you see yourself? How do you see your family and your community, and the effect that your work and your healing journey has had on them?
This is actually, I love this question, because I always tell my family and my husband and just my friends, and I always say, my goal in life, like I can get whatever paper behind my name, whatever designation, I could do all those wonderful things, but my goal in life is to retire an old, wise Blackfoot woman. Like that's what I want to retire as, an old, wise Blackfoot woman. And I think the work that I do professionally is just amazing. Right now we're working on a Indigenous health model. And what I remind my staff and our partners is that the work that we're doing today, we're not going to see results in a year, 2 years, but we're going to see results when my kids are taking on my position. We're going to see results when, you know, my grandchildren can walk into a hospital and not be discriminated against. We're going to see results when it's okay to speak your language in a hospital or in a healthcare center, when it's okay to practice your spirituality. So that's what we're working on today. And you know, my vision in the future is to see that come to life and to see the work and the magic that we all put into that. I think that would be on the professional level. And on the personal level, I want to be active. I want to show my kids. And, you know, Jude says our kids definitely mirror what we do. So I like to go on walks. I like to be outside. I like to connect with nature because it just calms me when I'm feeling overwhelmed, or the pressures of today's society, or the pressures even of social media and everything that is pressure. Like it's everywhere. I just go outside and it frees my spirit. And so I tell my daughter, like, let's go outside. And I don't say, let's go for a walk. You know, I say, let's go outside. Let's go on an adventure. So now her thing is always like, we got to go for a walk. We're going to go on our adventure. And it's little things like right now, the grass is pressed down because the snow just melted. So we'll walk and I'll say, we're walking on the earth's hair right now. Like, what can we find in the earth's hair? And then I'll make stupid jokes. Like, I'm a knit right now in the earth's hair, like just stupid stuff like that. I just like to joke with my kids. So showing them that I'm out there with them. And Thosh and Chelsea, they've been actually to our home, and we make sure there's a lot of physical activity and movement in our space. So we have our own little workout area that, you know, can accommodate our yoga mats, our biking, our weighted bag, everything there. And then outside in our space, we have the park, the trampoline, so the kids can move. We also have, we lay down some cement to have our kids play basketball in the back. So just anything. And it's a big open environment for them just to explore. So I want, you know, I visualize seeing my kids and their kids, you know, if I become a grandma, wonderful. If I don't, my children's or my brother's grandkids to come and explore here. But that's what I want to see, is that no matter what the Western world brings, that they're still connected to our spiritual ways no matter what. I'll always bring that into my family. When we're diagnosed with something, in the Western medicine, we always go to our spiritual leaders first. We always get prayed for, our doctor that way before we follow that path. That's something I hope that my kids carry on. You know, my little girl, every morning she'll come in, she'll say, I want to mudge. So she likes to smudge every morning. So we're mirroring that. And I think that's the role of an elder. You know, we are the elders in our home. But I watched my parents do this. You know, my dad was a Golden Glove boxer. My dad and I were out running and going for jogs every night. And my dad was teaching me how to work out at a young age. We were out with the horses. We were out playing track and field. Like, we did so many things growing up, and that's what I learned from my elder family. And so I want to teach that to mine. So that's definitely my vision, is holistic health. I want them to be as healthy in their mind as they are in their body, as healthy in their spirit as they are in their mind. And we all know that that's a balance, that it's not, some days I'm going to feel mentally stronger and some days I'll feel physically weak, but to find that balance somewhere in the day is what's important. And I hope that's what I bring as an elder. And I hope that that's what my kids see for me as an elder. So an old, wise Black woman, that's my vision. So.
Beautiful. That's definitely a good thing to aspire to. And just everything that the both of you have talked about in envisioning yourself in the future, and all the things you've done in your healing journey and your working, it certainly looks like that the both of you are on that trajectory for sure, just from what I see there too. And Aloe also calls it, when her smudge, she says mudge, she says the same thing. She's a mudge. So that's something that, you know, it's a beautiful thing too, when our children, you know how to do things that we didn't show them yet. And that's really kind of, you know, Aloe will do certain things, and we have our little family ceremony time. She'll do things, and me and Chelsea would just be blown away, because then we know our children are born. They're born with love. They're born with learning how to be how to be human, a human way of living. So those are all really precious things there. So thank you, the both of you, for sharing a piece of your heart today and sharing a little bit about, your journey and your work. And I just wanted to just turn it over one more time, as if there's anything else that each of you would like to share. I'll go ahead and open it up and let you share that before we move into our closing.
I guess I'll go.
Okay, yeah, sure, go.
Yeah, just really quick. I know I kind of just shared on that, but like, I know it's been hard. Like during COVID, it definitely has affected my movement. It did affect the way I was eating, and for my wife and I. So like, yeah, last March we went really isolated, quarantined for like 6 weeks. We only left the house when we really needed to. Stayed in there. Then when I went back to work, my wife gets to work from home, luckily through her work, but she's on Zooms all day, and the kids are, they're just kind of sometimes a free for all of a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old and 11-year-old. So she's on her Zooms too. And so, yeah, it really has affected, the way we move. Wasn't until this summer, I had some bikes in the garage that, for every reason, they were just sitting there, almost brand new bikes. And so this summer we started getting on the bikes and getting out and feeling like, that was a safer thing we can do. Because I have a 4-year-old that would go touch everybody and lick everything and do everything like that. So got him on the bikes. I had a bike trailer. And so we got there, started biking. And so that's been really good. And then, yeah, just like a couple months ago, I started like really being more intentional about staying consistent with my workouts. And then, when I first started working out, it was more just for the mental, like being a father, having the kids, like not having that time just for yourself. So I started, getting up really, I am an early riser, but consistently getting up at, 5:30, and then having my morning time. And that's where I would get my workout in. And then afterwards, it would just feel that uplift that, whatever was bothering you, energy, just everything just felt more clear. That high you get, I guess, is from, feeling good. Like after, like same thing, like after a ceremony, you just get that feeling. And, traditionally in our way, getting up early with the sun is a traditional value. It's like brings good luck to you. So I felt like, all right, well, I'm also getting out. Workout's dark, and then when you're done with your workout, the sun's rising. It just feels good. And then that's just momentum has been building up, and now it's like I'm doing it. Now my daughter's doing it. Now my wife's like, we're all like cooking together more, and it's just like it feels really good. And yeah, so just having my intentional goals of drinking my water every day, moving my body an hour a day, writing down my gratitude, all those things all help. And I just see that it's helping me, but then I just see that it's also like going out and helping my family and the community. So yeah, I know it just starts. So you just got to start, one day at a time, maybe making small goals and then finishing those small goals, and that will lead to your bigger goal on what you need. And then, yeah, you'll notice a difference in yourself, and you'll notice a difference in your family and your community as you're living that life on a consistent basis. So I just wanted to share that.
Thanks for sharing that. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Margot. Anything you want to share in closing?
Yeah, for sure. So I definitely agree with that journey. So this lifestyle, it's work. It doesn't happen overnight. You definitely have to build some healthy boundaries. Once you start to connect with yourself more, then you start to realize what your spirit needs, what your family needs, what, sometimes even people are things that could be baggage. Sometimes some of our habits could be baggage. So really finding that and knowing that there's days that you're going to have bad days. You're going to have days you just want to eat junk all day. You're going to have a week where you just want to stay on the couch. But those are things about being self-aware and knowing, like, I always tell my husband and my kids, this is a short time in a long life. So when we're going through something difficult, I always say this is a short time in a long life. You know, I'm very grateful for my parents to have raised me the way they had raised me, because I'm able to show that to my kids. My kids are growing up in a drug and alcohol-free home. We don't smoke. We just, you know, we want to mirror that behavior for them. But again, that starts with the individual. If I didn't feel mentally capable of doing this, I probably wouldn't be able to show that to my kids. And then also learning from your kids, like, man, they can teach you so much. They can humble you in a minute. Like, they could just remind you that, you know, that you need to take a break, or you're doing the right thing. And, you know, my kids are my medicine. My kids are spiritual gifts for sure. And then just also recognizing that, you know, we do live in a Western world right now, and there are some strengths that we can pull in. Look at this webinar today. We're connecting via the internet. You know, without the Western world, we wouldn't be able to do this. So finding that common balance and taking in other cultures in a respective way. You know, even when we're talking about yoga and how there's that fine line between appropriating it. But when you do practice some other movements, you kind of start to see the similarities. And when you look at, you know, that comes from a spiritual cultural place. Our ways come from a spiritual cultural place, but there's some of that movement. So when you're pulling an arrow, that movement, when you're breathing, even in the hot yoga, when I'm a Black woman, so I don't sweat, but you know, it brings in that form of a sweat lodge. Like, there's a lot of ways that you can connect in a respectful way to other practices and other cultures. And being open-minded, I think that's been my biggest thing. Even like Jude had mentioned about zucchini earlier, you know, those are things I wasn't raised with zucchini, but as I got older, as I was buying my own groceries, I started trying different things and being open-minded. My husband's half Shuswap. The one thing I haven't been able to become open-minded about was eating fish. It's just not for me. I don't know what it is. But I'm definitely a prairie Blackfoot that sticks to those that walk on land. But just open-mindedness and spiritual connectedness is everything. And I'm so honored and humbled to be in groups like this, because it shows that there is a willingness to learn, and there's also like-minded people in the world. So if you feel like you haven't found your clique or your space or your group or whatever, it's out there. Just be patient.
Thank you. Beautiful stuff. Thank you. Thank you for the both of you for giving your time today, sharing these things about your healing and wellness journey. And hopefully everyone else that's attending here, hopefully some things that was shared here that was affirming for a way of life that you already live, or that contributes to the work that you're doing in food sovereignty and revitalization of Indigenous foodways. Hopefully that, we talked about some things that intersect with your work. And I believe that the movement for our people to heal is critical, in that the foodways are a big component of that. And so I really want to encourage everyone here to continue your work and continue contributing to that healing and wellness movement in Native country, and finding those ways to connect with the young people in your communities or in your work there. So again, thank you all for attending, and I want to thank the organization for calling me up and having me a part of this. And it was an honor. And of course, there's so much things to talk about, but we can't have all day here. So, I wish you all well, and I also like to give my thanks to all the other presenters and the speakers on here, such as some of Nyahajin, which Michael Enos, Amy Wan, I see her on here as well, and just people that I just have great respect for from Dona Autumn. And thank you, Tero Sapamta. I feel good, to be able to do this. And thank you for those of you that joined us on there. So that's all we have to say. And, feel free to drop your comments in the chat, and we appreciate it. And have a good rest of the day. The Hood Guy.
All right. Thank you so much, Tosh. This was a great conversation. Learned a lot. So we're coming to the end of our program, and we would love to end it with Amy Wan. Amy Wan's from the Tana Autumn Nation, and she has been working in native food revitalization for years. And her family and her have been collectors of the wild foods for a very long time, and very knowledgeable about the foods, but also the medicine. You know, food is medicine, but there's also herbs out there that, can definitely help and work just as good as the Tylenol and other meds that are out there that are man-made. So right now, I would like to introduce Amy Wan. Amy Wan, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry, Amy. Just a reminder. You probably see on your screen our poll, our survey. So if you could please take a few minutes to fill that out, and Amy should be coming on right now.
Okay.
Are you ready, Amy?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, there you go.
You're just reminding me to take the poll.
Okay.
Before I leave.
Are you done taking the poll?
I'll do that right afterwards.
Okay, that's great. All right, Amy, you're on.
Okay, well, Skug, Dash, everyone, and Hajin and Naipichu, the Geek, our communities, our family, our friends, Anya Jigik, Amy Wan, Jabkamaya Amjit, Jukshan, Wachich Oida Geekam, Ari Jukshan Geekam, and your judge and your og of Chichigik Romelda Miguel, Sylvester Wan, and your Gok and your Wask of Chichigik Mary Melissa Miles, but Daniel Wan, but and your Horch and your Bob of Chichigik Mary Elizabeth Miguel, but Lawrence Miguel, but and your Whippanut got Elijah Kristen Ross, and Autumn Jigik got Domak Donadic, and your Wilmagum got Yui Wilmagum. So very good to be here today. Just introducing myself, really, it's really honored to sit and be a part and just be given the opportunity to share and to help close out such a beautiful and strong event. Just listening to all of the different conversations and medicine and knowledge just makes us stronger people, especially if you are missing your grandparents and needed to hear that those words from elders, or you're missing your brother or your sister, all of these different things that made me feel all emotional just to have that sense of community, even if we're doing it virtually, and being able to gather is such a blessing. And so I was asked to share some food memories, and those are things that I always love to visit, because those memories, like were shared, are part of our foundation and the things that keep us humble and the things that keep us strong. So before I do our closing, I'm going to just share a couple of pictures. I'm going to share my screen here. I can't see where to, excuse me. Oh, there you go. Okay, can everybody see that good? Okay, so Autumn Haichuhuk with the Gokudak, our traditional foods are our strength. And this is something that I've seen all across, communities, from here to up north to down in Chiapas to Palestine to Finland. These are things that bring all of our communities together, and where we're able to share stories and share strength. And so these are just pictures that I've taken throughout the years working in the community, or pictures from my family. And
just wanted to share visually these memories. And so even this first photo here, this is at my time as an autumn culture teacher at Bobby Kirby High School. And I love this picture. Excuse me? Oh, I thought I heard somebody's house. I love this picture because, you know, with our Wichita, our young students, our new generation, if they don't have access, or if they don't have, if they didn't have that experience of growing up, growing food or harvesting food, it can be a little scary. And I learned being a teacher that it really took setting a foundation of self-love and self-worth so that you know, you feel worthy to do these things. Because if you're not, if you don't feel that, you know, sometimes it was a little hard to accept these new teachings. And so part of the culture class was to plant along with the vocational and agriculture program there at Bobby Kirby High School. And so this is a photo of us, our class, when we went out to harvest hod. And I just loved it because, you know, these students, our community, our young people go through a lot. And so just to have that time where we're not worrying about anything other than to harvest and to be together, be out in the sun, getting our hands in the dirt, makes us happy. And you'll see through a lot of these pictures, or most of them, is that when we're around our food or we're harvesting our food, we're smiling. And so these young people are very proud of themselves, came into back into the classroom smiling, so that we could, you know, after our harvest, then we could go on to our processing. So, you know, we've also talked about how our knowledge starts with our family and our elders. And so I just wanted to acknowledge my elders. The first photo is of my great grandparents, Georgia Marie Juan from Wichita, Garnifos, Buenos Aires. The second photo is of my great grandparents. I had to think of his name because I just knew him as Bobby. Louis and Teresa. I'm forgetting our other name, but the McGills from Little Tucson, Audi Jukshan. So those are my two sets of great grandparents, and then the photo on the top is my hood and my Bob, Mary Elizabeth and Lawrence McGill. And then the bottom photo is my my Gawk and my Wask, Mary Elizabeth McGill and Daniel Wan, or Mary Melissa Miles and Daniel Wan. But so this is who I come from. And just going into these memories, we're going as it starts to get a little hotter. We're thinking about our harvest. Right now is the time to harvest Jordan. The Weehawk is coming, but most especially we're looking forward to the Baidach harvest and our new year. In June, Hasha and Bak Masha is the time of our new year. So that's something that we're looking forward to, and just look forward to, because, you know, it's a lot of work. So a lot of times we need our friends and our family to for us to be together, to go out to harvest. And then just thinking about the juice and the fruit from the fresh Baidach, but also the June and the Sitor, the syrups and the jams and all of those things that I'm sure we're needing a replenishment of from last year's harvest. Eat by is also something I look forward to. This is another photo from our class there at Bobby Kirby High School, and I don't think anybody realized like how much of an abundance of food we had in our schoolyard. We had Jordan, we had Eat By, Weehawk, including the fields through the VOAC program. but also things like shugi and, you know, just a whole lot of things that were available to us, but hadn't really been taken advantage of because we were in the classroom. So it was just a reminder of, you know, our classroom is outside as well. And it also helped get the students outside, you know, just to get fresh air because they're in classroom most of the day for their other classes. So they had a lot of fun. And one of the things we did when we picked Eat By was we made popsicles. And so we mixed we went out to harvest Eat By, we juiced them. We also juiced some lemons, a little sugar. We experimented, you know, we did some with sugar, some with not. And then we put them in the little cups and we took them to the cafeteria. They froze them for us overnight. And everyone was just like so happy to have their Eat By popsicle. And, you know, just showing them it's easy. You can do it at home. This is something that I've been experimenting with the past couple of summers. The barrel cactus fruit or flowers. There's a process with it. You have to boil it to take a lot of the mucus out before you can actually consume it. Here I just experimented frying it and it tasted like cabbage. And so that's also something to look forward to. And these are just photos of, you know, the times, different people and times in our community. Some of my students who, you know, other people probably wouldn't think they would be interested in doing something like this, which was to get out there and pick children. But you give them a chance, you teach them, you encourage them, and you're right there beside them to show them how it's done and why it's important. And a lot of times those teachings come back, you know, from their grandparents and so they were happy to do that. And I was so proud of them. And then this was of our harvest of fall out at Papago Farms when we were doing our student internship program at Toca. And then also another photo from that time when we were working in the hospital in cells. And we had really good harvest of greens like our lettuces and our itoy onions. You can see real strong bouquets of onions there, and just, you know, being able to provide that to our community. And you can see again, everybody smiling. This is another photo of our joy harvest, hunting deer, excuse me, well that too, but I don't have any photos of that, hunting rabbit. The picture to my, and that was taken at Santa Vera Co-op Farms at a time when I was working there. We did a Jew harvest, and then the picture to the right is of my uncle, my late uncle Ray Miguel from Arichukshan, and he was just a young boy. And I'm not sure who that is at the bottom, but one of our other family members, and he would hunt the cottontail rabbits with his slingshot. And so right there, he's skinning one. Those are also food memories and things passed down. This is one of my favorites, processing the hod. It was a skill that we learned working with Toca, and it took a couple of years to get the process right, you know, so that we're not eating thick skin when it's dry, so that it's not molding when it's drying, all these different things that you have to learn just by doing it. So here we were spiraling and drying the hod. And this is the picture on the left was taken at Santa Vera Co-op Farm, and the picture on the right was taken at the TOCC West Campus with Clifford, who is you know, a mentor to many of our new Oidik, our new farmers. Just a few more. I'm sure we, you know, really enjoy that time in the feast house, in the kitchens, whether it's the whole community or whether it's, you know, with a few close friends, you know, cooking together, especially a meal for everyone is really fun. And, you know, the time that we spend around the fire, we talk about a lot of things and we visit and we catch up with each other. And this photo on the left was taken at the first Ihamapai in Kamobabi community. That was our community meal day. And then the picture on the left was taken at Babakiri High School. Again, towards the end of the year, you know, we just wanted to provide food. A lot of kids are hungry during the day. And so, you know, just giving them the opportunity to make judgment and to make some cheese crisp or, you know, all these different things, but also talking to them about if you learn a skill, that's something that's going to stick with you through the rest of your life. Even something as simple as making judgment. Everybody's always looking for judgment, and a dozen I hear runs about $8 right out in the community. So, you know, it's a way to also make money and provide for yourself. And so if you see any of your family in here, you know they can make judgment. And this is my last photo, and this is just, I wanted to end with this because, you know, after we do all that, after we do all of the cooking and everything, there's the cleaning up, and, you know, it's the end of some of those things, and we reflect. And this photo is with two good friends of mine, my Wilpanak, Gawk out in Hill River, and then also Mikey from WAC. And I just really appreciate, you know, us as with the Chumishka new generation, we're getting older. Now we're transitioning into roles of being mentors to younger people. That it's good to do that as a community with friends, and we count on each other to keep all of this good work going. It's important as a community that we have those relationships. They're long-term relationships. We're always going to be a part of each other. So it's important to nurture those relationships because we're going to need each other. We're going to continue to need each other, especially as we're rebuilding our food systems and getting them healthy and strong again. So those are some of my food memories, and just really appreciate all the opportunities and chances to do these things. I don't think I would have had these memories if I went off to college or if I went off to a different place, but I'm really blessed to have learned what I know from our people in our community. And so again, thank you everyone for being a part of the event today. I look forward to tomorrow as well, just to continue learning and listening. And I would like to share a song to help close the event today. And I'm going to share a song about the Bailich. We want to also sing to them and encourage them and let them know that we know they're coming, and that we're excited and we're getting ready to harvest, and also to welcome in the new year. Come June, come you know, into Hashan Bak Mashet. And so we'll share this song. And this is a song that we usually sing when we're out harvesting, when we're gathering together before we even go out to harvest. We'll gather in the morning. Everyone will have their kukwepa, you know, standing really tall, and we'll sing together. And then once we're ready, we'll all go our separate ways and start harvesting. So this is for all of us. Many blessings to your families, to your communities, and to your foods and your medicines, that we all continue to take care of each other. We thank you so much for bringing us together in this way to celebrate each other, to celebrate our resilience, to celebrate the land and where we come from, and to recognize what makes us who we are. We ask for continued blessings upon our families, our communities, for protection, for our health, and for the strength for ourselves to continue to teach and to share with each other, and for future generations, for them to be stronger than we are now, and for all of the work that we do in our communities to also become stronger, and continue to guide us and to give us strength and clarity and purpose and love. We thank you for the rain that we received here at home, and we send that rain and all those good blessings to each and every one of us, to our homes, to nourish us and to give us the strength that we need to keep going each day, and just to be who we are, to be strong, to be wise, to be happy, and to have that sense of peace that we've always had in our hearts, to be able to connect with Jojo, with Mother Earth, and also just continue to watch over us, and all the unborn babies, our elders, those that are sick, the families, family members that we've lost, to help us in those processes as well, our grieving, our sadness, our anger, that we be healed of those things as well, so that we can do this good work. Dapa, thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy.
You're
Thank you, thank you,
welcome.
thank you. All right, well, this will end our program. And just before everyone goes, I want to remind everybody about tomorrow. I think, Caitlin, you're gonna flash the agenda for tomorrow. So this is the agenda for tomorrow. It starts at 8 o'clock, and be sure to join us for the opening and the prayer by Cy Johnson. At 8:15, the first panel discussion will be on traditional and modern practices in farming and ranching for the spring, and it'll be moderated by Sterling Johnson. We also have a blue corn auto food demonstration by Siwa.
Atole.
Oh, what was that?
Atole, blue corn atole.
Oh, blue corn atole, and that's by Siwa. I can't say your last name.
Yuli. Siwa Yuli.
Yuli. So that starts at 10:15. Then we have a community food system program moderated by Patty Martinson, and that starts at 10:45. Then we also have a Choya Bud food demonstration from Ruby Flores. So at 1 o'clock, 1:15 tomorrow, we close with a blessing by Mikey Enos. So again, we would love to see you join us tomorrow for this amazing program. And if anybody has any questions or anything, please leave a comment. And also just to remind you that there is another poll that we would love you all to take some time to fill out. These polls help us plan our next gathering. You know, people, if they didn't like something, if they want to see something talked about or heard about or things like that, you know, this could help us plan the next gathering. So thank you again. It's very helpful information that we need. Once again, thank you again. My name is Charles Lee Johnson, and we'll see you tomorrow, and have an amazing, great rest of your day. Goodbye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for coming.